All right, good evening, everyone. This is the Westminster City Council study session agenda for August the 31st. At this time, Ms. Fitch, are you still online?
I am, sir.
All right, would you go ahead and do the roll call, please?
Yes. Mayor Atchison.
Here.
Councillor Demott.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites. Councillor Seymour.
Here.
Councillor Scully.
Here.
Councillor Smith. Oh,
Ms. Smith, your audio seems to be off again.
Could be muted by the organizer. When I came in, I wasn't able to unmute myself.
It's fixed now.
hi.
Okay, there we are.
And Councillor Bowles.
I'm here.
Okay. This time we'll start tonight. We'll see if there's any reports from any of the council members that they need to make tonight.
Where's my chat?
Yeah, I think we've got everything. Ms. Smith, did you have a comment you wanted to make? None? Okay. Ms. Scully.
Yeah, so last week I had the privilege of attending the Environmental Advisory Board meeting. Such a fun group. Thank you, Councillor Bowles, for giving me that opportunity. I really appreciated it. So it was a very interesting meeting. They talked about, I'm trying to get to my notes and actually read them. So they talked about the Jeffco Sustainability Board meeting and who was in attendance, and briefly a little update on that. They talked about the electric vehicle action plan for Westminster and the 2020 energy report, as well as the future EAB meeting agenda topics. They'll be going to a format very similar to the format we use for our meetings, for their meeting agendas, especially in our study sessions. And I thought that made a lot of sense. And that way they'll be able to report out what topics they'll be talking about for future months. So in September, they plan to talk about the sustainability plan. In October, they plan to talk about the oil and gas ordinance and Solar United Neighbors. And in November, they plan to talk about the environmental issues, sustainable business program. The electric vehicle action plan, they talked about how we have a municipal fleet, and the only vehicles that we would be able to possibly use for the electrical vehicles would be our small SUVs and sedans, which we don't have a lot of right now, but it's something to keep in mind for replacement in the future. And that was pretty much it. 7.5% of the homes in Westminster have solar power. I thought that was a really interesting statistic. It's fairly high for a city, so I thought that was just really interesting. And they talked about how in Westminster we use a lot of different ways to participate in different types of electricity, such as wind source, electricity savings, Excel buy-in programs. So that was really cool. And just a reminder that these meetings are always open to the public, and that people should plan to attend them. They're very important, and these are run by our volunteers in our city, who really have an impact on what we do and how we do it. So it was a very exciting meeting. Thank you so much, Councilor Bowles, for allowing me to attend.
Ms. Scully, I do have a question for you. Was there any mention at the meeting of the multiple electric charging stations that have been installed in the parking lot next to Jared?
They just mentioned that they were there. They didn't talk about them extensively. They went through where there are charging stations in our city and why certain areas were selected. But it is my understanding that the charging stations that are by Jared are actually put in there by the people that own that retail area, not by the city. We focus on our parking garages and our public parking areas. We did talk a little bit about the electric charging stations down at the parking garage by the train that would be there, and also the ones that they won't be putting any into the new downtown, which was an interesting choice in my opinion. I kind of could see it because the people in the new downtown will be probably doing a lot of transit commuting, walking across the street to the buses and the trains if they ever come to that area, and possibly working in that area. So I thought that was kind of an interesting choice, but made sense to me.
Okay, thanks. I just want to make sure they were aware that they were there. All right, Ms. Sykes.
Thank you. I just want to give a quick update on the NADA meeting that we had this week. First, we had a report from Chair Julie Mullica, who is also serving on the RTD Accountability Committee. She let us know that the first meetings have been great, that they really have been solidifying guidelines for the meeting. For the public, each speaker will get 2 minutes to speak. There are 3 subcommittees: operations, finance, and governance. So I don't know if they're going to be looking for applications for outside members to join those subcommittees, but I did just want to alert folks in case there are anyone who's interested. The agenda for the RTD Accountability Committee and the meetings are recorded and available on the DRCOG website. I know I mentioned to you guys last week, but they did talk again about the reimagine process for RTD. I know Lindsay, or I'm sorry, Councilor Smith, I'm sure you are very well aware of this. It's been put on pause. And so that was not surprising. I did also want to make everyone aware so they could be thinking about their networks. There is an open seat for an RTD board member in District I. Apparently the candidate did not have enough signatures to get put on the ballot. And so this vacancy will probably not be until after, well, not probably, it will not be until after November. But if you know anyone that lives in Longmont and Broomfield who cares about transit and transportation, you might want to let them know that that's an opportunity to serve. Thank you very much to Councilor Smith last week. She gave us a lot more details on the N-Line grand opening that's going to be on the 21st. There will be local electeds, and I do not know if Westminster will be included in that because we don't have a stop along the line. But basically, the local electeds, as I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Smith, will be in the train and kind of have the public will be at the various stops. So it'll kind of be like a neat approach to kind of deal with our COVID constraints that we have. It's going to be invite only, obviously, COVID. But this is a really big accomplishment for the corridor and for RTD. And so I'm happy to hear that there is going to be kind of a way to celebrate that. Let's see here. CDOT gave a presentation on their 2045 statewide transportation plan. CDOT also did a presentation. If you go to their website, and this is really valuable for us as counselors, there's 3 different dashboards that give kind kind of a program finance study, where projects are going in. You can really look and see how our region is being funded, what projects are there, and really look at regional equity, what amount of money is going into this region versus other regions. So I thought it was a really great tool for everyone. It's newly launched. It takes a little while to load, but well worth the visit. Let's see. Just there is going to be, that's all there is. But I did just want to let you guys know what was going on there. And again, I think it's going to be a really collaborative process with having Julie Mullica as the RTD accountability representative for area. So please, if you guys have thoughts on what you'd like to see, let me know and I will pass it on to her.
Mr. Vols?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, first I want to thank Councilor Scully for covering for me and as the acting liaison to Environmental Advisory Board. They're a good group, right? Do a lot of good stuff. I met on Tuesday before I left town on Wednesday. I had a chance to attend the Planning Commission meeting. They received a report from the Community Development Department about the 27 restaurants that did the outdoor seating and configured parking lots, alleys, sidewalks, and laid out the whole process. So what I'll try to do is get a copy of that presentation, those slides to the council, because it was illuminating the great work that went into that and the design work and how to make it. So our staff bent over backwards to help them, and they were not apparently strict on the materials used, just if they could get it done. They mostly signed off on it. It was safe to people. So it was a great meeting. And one of the comments was, how long can we extend it? So I'll have to get that information and share that with council, because how long can we have people outside and can we extend? And is it maybe a possibility to have some of these be a permanent possibility for them to be outside and outdoor patios, and over time maybe build that up as outdoor space that's really fun. So there were a lot of good questions, and that was the meeting I attended right before I left. Again, thank you, Councilor Scully, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Smith, did you have a comment? No? Okay. Ms. Sykes, you had a question, you said?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to real quick add to Councilor Vol's comments, and this is a question for staff that they could maybe come back later. This weekend I did go out to eat on a patio, and the restaurateur was talking to me about how he's really been able to do well this summer, but he is nervous about the fall. And so he hasn't applied for the grants that Westminster had, but he did want some maybe technical assistance, understanding if he was to winterize his patio area, would that count against the aggregate count for his maximum occupancy due to the COVID changes? So just really some technical advice as to whether or not there's a business case for winterizing his porch. And I'm sure if we have one restaurateur curious about this, we probably have all of them. So and I think patios, I think Westminster did a great job making the process quick and easy, but unfortunately, as I say in Game of Thrones, winter is coming. So trying to figure out a way to help. So
I'll pass that along.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites and members of council, thanks for the question. I can't actually comment on that tonight. I just had a conversation today with Economic Development Director Hall and asked him about this, because I've heard the same thing. He's working on it with our Community Development Department. It's a combination of zoning regulations and the CDPHE order, but we're on top of it, and we understand the issue and the need to try to apply the regulations for COVID and also our local regulations. And as you know, we've done a good job, I think, of relaxing and moving those where we could to accommodate. So thank you for the question. We're definitely working on that.
Mr. Lamont?
Thank you. I had an email that was going back and forth with the city manager's office that I wanted to address. So it was in regards to the prairie dog situation at Waverly Acres Park. And so the reason I wanted to bring it up is because it seemed like my question was being lost in the email, and so I wanted to clarify what I was asking. First, I would like to thank Parks Director Jason Gink for being able to field my question quickly when I got phone calls from a citizen about that situation. But really what my question was, one of the answers we got in that email thread was that, you know, obviously Parks has a lot of different citizen requests they go through that we don't hear about. I'm not interested in hearing every single citizen request that goes to the Parks Department. I was specifically interested in when we eradicate wildlife for whatever reason, that when we would be notified of that, because that is a situation where we very well could get phone calls. I understand the reason why we did it in that situation, and it makes sense to me. But it's nice to be able to answer those questions when, you know, that's probably kind of one of those hotter topic things about dealing with prairie dogs specifically that I've heard about in my time on council.
So, Counselor Demott, you may be responding to what I sent out on Friday, and I did address it. And I guess the question I have is that we have a lot of these types of events, and I just want to put some dimension around which of those you want to be notified on. This is an operating action taken by the staff. I certainly appreciate, you know, the concern about the eradication of prairie dogs, but, you know, we've not reported that to council typically. If the council would like us to start to do that, and I certainly want to address your question and get you what you need, but the more specificity, the better, I think, for us, and then we'll do what we can to comply with that as quickly as possible.
I guess with that being said, then I'd like to see a report on how often that we take wildlife and take those kind of measures, no matter what the wildlife is, say over the last 6 months, and then I could give you a better answer to that question once I see that data.
That's good. Yeah, we can do that. And we can go back further than that, Councilor Demott, because in the last 6 months, I don't think there'd probably be another one, but over the course of a couple, 3 years, and they're very sporadic and depending upon what's going on, you know, in that community. But yeah, we'll certainly gather some information, get that to you as soon as we can.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Are there other comments or questions by council? If not, Mr. Tripp, do you have a report?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I'll leave the time to you folks to do your business this evening. I don't have anything in the way of updates. So we will have a COVID report at the end if there's time to provide that. There's not a lot of detail with that this evening. I'll be doing that with support from Cody and Dave Frankel. So I don't have anything else, Mayor. Thank you for asking.
Okay. All right, Dave and Mike, you want to go ahead and get started?
Yes, sir. I believe we're ready. I think that the first order of business, Cody, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you wanted to walk through a quick review of the draft vision statement that we wordsmithed a little bit in the retreat and then wordsmithed again in the iterative review of the drafts. I can show that. And then I guess, Cody, you want to lead that discussion? Are you seeing the vision statement now?
Yes, it's on the screen.
Okay. And just help me to calibrate this. Are you seeing that as a full screen? Right now I've got it minimized or reduced so I can see you too. Are you seeing it? Is it legible? Is it large enough for you to make use of it?
It's legible, and it still keeps all the council cameras on.
Okay.
And we really just wanted to make sure all 7 members of City Council were okay with this statement before it comes to final vote, hopefully on September 14th as part of that agenda.
Unless there's someone that's seeing something different, I think this is what we made the decision on.
I have put a question, I have put that I had a question in the chat box.
Go ahead.
So I like this. I just wanted to ask, is this, I can't remember exactly how we left it after the council retreat. Has this changed at all since the council retreat, or is it the same statement?
The word
Uh,
"and" was added between neighborhoods and beautiful open space.
And that's that.
I believe what happened, and Cody, correct me if I'm wrong, that that Barbara had provided some of this language, and that when I produced it in the first draft of that report, I think I had not quite gotten it right. And so I believe that's the only change that we made. It was more correction of my error than anything else.
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Smith, you had a question?
Yes, and I don't know if this was, I'm in agreement with what is written here. I guess as a newbie, I'm just trying to figure out, and maybe this is maybe towards our September budget meeting, but where do we go from here? So we have a new statement, but what does that mean for council? Does that mean then, because we took out the urban development or urban center, excuse me. So what does that mean moving forward as far as all of the extras that we had in our original, in the previous vision statement? How do we move forward?
Who's that directed to, Ms. Smith? Is that to us or to Cody or to the manager?
To anyone, to staff, and maybe this is lack of knowledge as far as when you create a vision statement, what do you do going forward as far as what's changed? But like I said, I agree with the statement, but now what? And that's mainly how I felt from the last, from our retreat in July, is I felt like we did great work on taking the time to really hone in on our vision statement. But then I just felt lost afterwards. I felt like we got nowhere. We got a vision statement, but now what? That's kind of where I've been left for the last couple weeks.
Could I speak on that too? Because I would just like to pile on that I kind of feel the same. Like we looked at what was currently in the strategic plan as far as tasks that had been kicked off by what we currently had. And I think nobody had any disagreement because those things are already underway. But if we're going to change our vision statement, then we need to, like, what's the next step to dig into that and be able to say from there, does our mission and our actions line up with this new vision statement? And so that I agree with what Councilor Smith is saying, since we have this, we hadn't changed it since I've been on council. So, I mean, I feel like we need to then take this and what's the next steps to reevaluate those other areas.
So this is Cody. I would suggest the first step is to vote on this vision statement so that it becomes an official part of the strategic plan and the vision statement. Then communications will take it from there. We'll update the website and the strategic plan. The entire statement from the last vision statement will no longer exist. It will be this revised vision statement. For the time being, the strategic plan, because there was no disagreement on making changes, there was agreement that at this time there wouldn't be any changes because everything was underway. We'll keep that as it is for the time being, work through the budget, see where some of the pandemic results put us, and at a time in the future come back to the strategic plan where perhaps we can have more community involvement and participation.
Well, I think that's the disconnect in my mind then, because I wasn't taking that as we were saying we're 100% good with the strategic plan. I think we went backwards, that we should have looked at this first because this should drive the rest of it in my mind. And so, I think that we we need to reevaluate that. If we're changing our vision statement, it doesn't make sense for us not to see how that flows downstream. And so I think that that's where we were kind of, in my mind, I was kind of lost, that I was like, well, wait a minute, we didn't really then say, how does this go downstream from us changing our vision statement, which is at the top of the chain. And I don't know how anybody else feels, but that's kind of where I'm at with that. So I agree with you. We need to codify this as our vision statement, but I am not in favor of us then just saying everything else is fine. What I thought we were looking at is these are specific tasks that match up with the current strategic plan. Are we good with these? And I do remember a point where somebody said kind of what you said, but I thought maybe I misheard, because I'm like, well, if we're going to look at the vision statement, obviously we're going to go downstream from that. So that's kind of where I'm a little frustrated, I guess.
Well, I don't know.
Go ahead, David.
I was just going to say from if I recall the chronology correctly, and the staff will correct me if I'm wrong, we made the recommendation as your consultant that in the current environment, sort of the repositioning, the retooling of how we spent the retreat time to focus on the immediate impacts of COVID, and that was one of the most strategic things you could do at this particular moment in time. So and then as we worked through the agenda, at least was my understanding for that retreat, it was a priority of presumably a majority of the council members to revisit the vision statement as an urgent need. So we added it to the agenda. I think those of you who are suggesting that there is a very appropriate in terms of just what good strategic planning looks like, to then say, what does that mean downstream of the plan in terms of our goals, objectives, initiatives, priorities, and so forth. That's a valid point from a strategic planning point of view. But I think the way that it got a little bit out of sync was because of the strong desire of members of the council to revisit that vision statement, pardon me.
Well, I would agree with your timeline of what you're saying. I guess that I would have figured if we're going to make that drastic a thing, that we would address it, because now with such a drastic change, which I am supportive of this, by the way, but with such a drastic change of what the vision statement is, lining up with a strategic plan and everything we do with something that doesn't necessarily align with our vision statement is gonna be a little clunky for a while. So I think that needs to be a priority, and obviously we don't have enough time probably to do that tonight. We have other things to get through, but my strong preference is that we do that sooner rather than later.
Ms. Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the comments from my colleagues, Councilor Smith and Councilor DeMont. I wanted to pose a question to see if it would make you both feel more comfortable. So to me, as someone who was on council prior to the change in this vision statement, I think this vision statement actually more succinctly and descriptively offers kind of the same general aim of what we had before. But recognizing that probably on a more specific goal, policy goal wise, that there might be some areas of disagreement among the council. Could we utilize the budget process as an interim way? It's not the same as a strategic plan, but just due to the hand that we've been dealt by COVID and kind of our compressed timeline, could we incorporate some of these conversations and reprioritizations through that budget process, particularly as we have now an extended period of time before we have to adopt it? And then that kind of asked my second question first, which was sparked by your comments. So I do have a question after that, but I'd like to allow you to respond to that.
Are you asking us, let me reiterate the question, but asking Councilor DeMont and myself about using our budget retreat to then discuss more in depth about what this vision statement could look like.
How it would be prioritized through our budget. Yeah, just kind of as a de facto way of implementing it. I was wondering if that would meet your needs.
I would hope that that would be part of our strategic plan process, is to then dive into that on our budget retreat to then prioritize what we've then said in our vision statement. So yes, while it's not a full-blown council retreat, I think that that would help ease some of my concerns as far as, okay, where are we going?
I would agree, and I think that you're probably right in the fact that some of this will still fit as far as what, downstream strategic plan, but I want to make sure that we do that exercise, and so that would make sense as we do the prioritization of the budget to make sure that it matches up, as long as we're agreeing that we're going to have some area for us to adjust that once we start going through that, or if we say this part of this doesn't really match this plan anymore or this vision, that we would have those discussions and be open to it, then I would absolutely be comfortable.
To your point, David, I think that is all part of the discussion that we're going to have when we do the retreat for the budget, that anything that we're thinking about doing as far as expenditure of funds or curtailment of funds will be part of the budget process.
And as long as we have that agreed expectation, then I'm absolutely comfortable. So I'm glad that you both were willing to clarify that.
All right. Yeah.
For my part,
Go ahead, Anita.
I do have another question, and just wanted to say for the record, I'm happy to honor that discussion, the need for that discussion. I did want to just real quick, I do think this is a much better vision statement. It truly kind of encapsulates the end product we're going after, but we've lost a little bit of specificity in doing that. And I just wanted to make sure that that still communicates both to our community and to our staff, our commitment to be a thriving community, to have safe neighborhoods, to really commit to beautiful open space, but also to sustainability in a holistic sense of the word, and inclusivity. And I just wanted to, I guess, touch back with staff to feel like they still have that clarity of direction. And obviously it sounds like we're going to get better clarity of direction from the budget process when everybody's had an opportunity to prioritize the more specific goals. But is there any concern from staff in loss of specificity?
Mr. Tripp, do you have any response?
Yeah, I guess I have. Thank you for asking me and the questions also in the conversation. There are two things I'd say. First, I want to make sure we've got some realistic expectations in terms of budget process and timelines that are in front of us. We're required by the charter, by the code, I should say, to publish a budget on September 14th that will be the city manager's proposed budget, and I'll provide that to you. I guess it is the 15th, and in preparation for that weekend. And then your work from there is to provide feedback to the staff and to deliberate as a group of 7 as to whether you agree with the things that we've suggested, and in there will be options, and that process will start in earnest on the 19th. I do think that process is advised by this vision statement, and I think, but I think beyond that, to all of your comments, particularly I think Councilor Smith and her desire to move the strategic planning, and Councilor DeMott also today, the strategic planning forward. I really think that it's going to be important as quickly as we can, following getting through the necessary work of getting the budget adopted, moving into 2021, to get back into strategic planning. I'm hopeful with what we see recently with COVID and the potential of vaccine, that we can put some of those things behind us as quickly as possible. But I would just tell you, and David and Mike may want to weigh in on this, the strategic plan is where you take this vision statement and put it actionable. And you need that time to do that. And I would hope that we would do that as quickly as we possibly can in early 2021.
To the extent that the managers invited us to comment on that, I agree with really where all of you are headed is that now that we have a new vision statement and it articulates some very important policy priorities of the council, then as you make decisions going forward, be those in the budget process or other actions you may take, you do so with reference to your vision. And would it be nice to then at some future date find a way to again sit down and restructure the plan to make sure that the strategic plan writ large aligned very well? Yes, it would. Does that, having not done that, does that constrain you for making this sort of your touchstone as you make decisions? No, it doesn't. You can do that now. Mike, do you agree?
I do agree. Those of you that had a chance to kind of leaf through the on-target board member, I use this concept of a nested set, right? So you've got a set of mixing bowls in your kitchen, and the outside bowl, think of that as your vision statement. And then everything else that you do has to fit within inside that bowl, right? There should be no staff action, no money spent that you can't pretty directly trace right back to this vision statement. And so the neat thing about the nested set concept and the neat thing about a vision statement is that you really only have to control that outside bowl. You can carry 10 bowls if they all fit down inside the outside one anywhere you want to go, right? It's when an interior bowl doesn't fit that you start getting in problems. And so I think you're on the exact right track. You're doing a fabulous job in response to the situation that you find yourself in.
Mr. Seymour?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since I chimed into the comments, your comments, Mayor Pro Tem Seitz's comments, where this is leading us makes me feel much more comfortable in the process too as we go forward. So thank you.
All right, wrapping up, is any other comments in regards to the vision statement? All right, Cody, bring it forward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to close this now and stop showing the screen. Mike, I think you have the podium now, Mike.
Thank you, David. Well, welcome back. Oh my gosh, it seems like it was only yesterday, but it's already been quite a while since we were together, right? And so let's just kind of remind ourselves of the process that we went through. We had that time together. We talked about where we each fit in terms of our personality styles, how it is that we communicate, how it is that we process information. Hopefully we learned something about each other. Hopefully we even learned a little bit about ourselves, right, in terms of our relationships with each other. And then we talked about the fact that really in every environment that we operate in, there are rules of the road or a rule book, if you will. You know, we stop at red lights, hopefully. If we don't, there's a process that we wind up having to deal with that. I think I used, as I often do with you all, the infield fly rule in baseball, right? It's a rule. You don't see it often, but occasionally you have to exercise it. And when you do, it's helpful to know that it's there and that you can react to it. And so the way we started then with this notion of protocols is simply looking at your existing code of conduct. It's a behavioral model, if you will. What we were trying to do is to decide, does it fit for us? Because all it takes is one new member, and then all of a sudden you have a new team, right? And so because we are in the neat spot of being able to write our own rules. Gosh, this is so great. We can change the rules of baseball, right? I don't like that infield fly rule. It's out of here. But these are our rules. And so now we have the chance to kind of look through and say, do these make sense for the 2020-2021 Westminster City Council? So that's the process that we were in. And we got a fair way along and then said, yeah, you know what, based on the time and the energy that we've spent, let's defer this for a little bit. So any comments on that before I get started? Everybody kind of remember that? Anybody have a cool anecdote about how you've used any of the information from the retreat since the time we were together? No cool anecdotes? All right. David, would you put up sort of that notion of here's where we were? And so we looked at house rules, which is page 1 of your code of conduct. And really, we had a fair conversation about it and sort of decided maybe at the end of the day, those are all okay. We can live with those. We didn't need significant changes to those. We looked at protocol 1, which was, hey, these are requests for simple information. And we wanted to make sure that these are indeed simple requests. They're not significant. They don't take a lot of staff time. We wanted to make sure that that was routed through the manager's office so we could track them and know where they were. Because the notion is we are the elected officials, we need to be aware of what's going on. And so because these are relatively simple, we can handle them that way. We looked at protocol 2, which was the research piece. Now all of a sudden we're talking about, oh, these could get to be a little bit more significant in terms of time frame. And we decided that we wanted to make sure that if we we're going to talk about something significant, that we engage the manager in that, so that we could either do that directly or that we could say, hey, at a future time, let's make sure that we have that. And we noted duly that really at every council meeting, if we choose to exercise it, there's an opportunity to do that. So then we looked at the citizen service request piece and decided that we wanted to encourage citizens to the extent that we can, while still fulfilling our role as an elected official, to use the existing processes. It's really, when you think about it, it's the best customer service is to encourage the people who provide the customer service to get engaged directly into the dialogue. And so you all come down here and do this, you're professionals, as elected officials, you see people, you know what's going on. And so you can often answer these questions. And to the extent that you're comfortable doing that, you should. We ought to make sure also too that just for future purposes, similar to Councilor DeMoss' question earlier, how often do we do that? Oh my gosh, I'd like to know more about that. Now we've got the data in order to be able to give you a great answer on that. We looked at the notion of the agenda, what it is that we wanted to be able to talk about from that perspective. And that's kind of where we said, you know what, maybe we need to think more about this. So let's take a little bit of a break and come back. So I think from my understanding, but everybody feed back to me on this, we're really kind of ready to dive into that protocol number 4. Is that where you think you are? Okay. And so protocol 4 basically says, here's how we get something on the agenda. So we can put it on the agenda in terms of bringing it to the study session, to a pre-meeting, or at the council meeting. Are those sufficient mechanisms for you? Do you want others? Are any of those problematic for you? So at this juncture, really, Mayor, because you guys, you folks are very proficient at the platform, if you want to kind of recognize folks as they want to engage, that would be awesome. So my question to you then is, how are you in terms of placing the item on the agenda? Does that process work for you?
Mr. DeMott?
Thank you. I believe there's also some outside of protocols. Isn't there actually some specific rules that have to be adhered to with the agenda that we need to make sure how that flows in? And the reason I ask, and I know I've worked in the past with Dave Frankel on this, if there's a spot in our agenda where we have open business, and so having some clarity around exactly, what is allowed and what is allowed to be done in that open business so that we understand that as council people. And this really came up for me when, much of what we do is driven by staff. There is occasion where council may want to bring something to the table. And so making sure that new councils coming on board have clarity around how they do that, I think is important, because that's something that I still am not 100% all the time on how that works. But there were instances where I wanted to do that and I had to kind of dig on that information. And I almost feel like that should be part of our, our rules here, that we understand that, here's your right, it's how you do that. And here's the rails around what how you have to do it, per code or charter. So that's the only thing, that I question on this, because I also know that there's also a timeline as far as getting something on the agenda so that, it's publicly noticed and it gets to the city clerk in time, and all those things that, are the rules of getting something on the agenda.
Mr. Demott, is there something that you believe ought to be written in the protocols, which are intended to be sort of, as Mike said, kind of behavioral guidelines, whereas some of the other procedural aspects are covered elsewhere? Do we, and I guess I would ask the question, do we want to be careful about mixing behavioral and procedural?
Let me give you a different example of where we've done that. So when we talk about quasi-judicial, when I was, first or second time, I think it was the second time we went through these since I've been on council. Quasi-judicial communicate are dealing with issues that are quasi-judicial in nature, making sure that council understands what's ex parte and what's not. I believe that we have drugged some of that rules into our documents so that people understand what those rules are. And so really what I'm asking is to make sure that when you're talking about how a council person can or should, well, how they can bring something on the agenda versus, here's what we agree to. I think that we as a council need to understand how we can do that legally within the realm of being a council person before I can say, I'm comfortable with our rules that we're saying we're going to play with each other by, so to speak. So
Sure.
Understanding what the actual rule is first is important if I'm to tell you what I'm going to agree to, as far as, this more of this is how we play nice in the sandbox.
Mhm.
I just typed in a suggestion.
Yeah, I just saw it. So David, I think the question is, so we understand what the comment is directly tied to. Can you read what the protocol currently says?
I'd be happy to do that for you, Mayor. Protocol 4 is titled Agenda, and it has 3 subsections. We're talking here about subsection 1 in terms of placing an item on the agenda. And it basically says that you can bring the topic to the study session, to a pre-meeting, or to a council meeting. And then, as I understand it, Councilor Demott is saying, in addition to that, you do have your city council rules and regulations. Is there something specifically in the rules and regulations that either modifies or amplifies or restricts that particular item? And so perhaps the city attorney, Mr. Frankel, could kind of weigh in on that.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, just hang on a second, Dave. And one of the things that I think that's helpful in trying to answer Mr. DeMott's question, if there is something that has not been agendized at a meeting and you want to bring it to a future session, there's a piece at the end about other business. That is an opportunity. If someone says, I'd like to bring this to a future study session, that's a place you can do it. So it's not being discussed or dealt with that night, but you're putting it on an official agenda request. So I think that's the appropriate place to use what already exists.
And I think you're right. And so I guess maybe I should have, that's what I'm trying to get at. That's not spelt out in this document that we can do that. And so I've done that before, where I've said, okay, we have this business. I'm going to make a motion during this business to say, next week, I want to call for a special election. And so, this is a real life example that we did. and then, you know, it died at the table because we didn't get a second. But I had no idea that that was one way I could get something on an agenda, because until I went and talked to the city attorney. So I think that should be spelled out in this document, so somebody who's new on council can pick this up, look at it and say, okay, here's one avenue for me to get something on an agenda. During that other business section, you can call for something to be agendized at the next meeting. And that is more of a public way to do it, where if I as a policymaker am asking that I think something my constituents want, I'm going to ask for it to be agendized by the rest of the body. And then, you know, the rest of the body can make that decision in a very public way, whether or not they support what I'm asking.
Yeah, and that's exactly what that section, I think, allows you to do.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with you, Mayor. I want that to be encapsulated in the document so that council people understand that's an avenue for them to use.
Correct.
Let me make sure I'm writing this right. There's a particular procedure that you would incorporate by reference. Is that what you're saying? That you would add some language that refers the reader to the procedures document?
I think, David, it's clarification of what a step in the process could be, that if somebody wants to bring a future item that under other business, which is, I think it's
12 maybe? No.
got it like 12 or 13. Here I go. Item 12, miscellaneous business and executive session. If it comes up, that could go into item 12. That's where that council member can make that request for a future item. And if the council supports it, that's where it happens.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
And Councilor DeMott, this is Dave Frankel. I'd like to weigh in a little, because I think this has come up in the past, and a question was whether adding something under item 12 of the agenda could be done during a meeting, or whether or not it should be given more public notice to comply with the open meetings law to agendize it ahead of a meeting, so that the public could know what to expect would be on the agenda. So I think having some clarity in this protocol 4 would be helpful, in that, you know, if there's consensus here that in order to add something onto item 12 of the typical agenda, that we would provide that as an opportunity to request for an upcoming meeting, such that it would be agendized ahead of that meeting. So I think this could provide clarity that the protocol doesn't currently include.
Yep, that's kind of also what I recall. So thank you, Mr. Frankel.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, the notion is that we want to make this as easy as possible for our new members, so that they can become productive members of the group as quickly as possible, right? And y'all have done this. You've gone to meetings, or gosh, I'm not sure exactly what the rules are, and you feel a little awkward. We want to get that behind us as quickly as possible at this significant a level of governance.
Let me go to the next one.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. So question number 2 says, questions on the agenda topic. If you have any question, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Is there an action item for this? Should I note the city attorneys to bring back some language on this? You want to cover that at the end of protocol 4 and try to capture all of that at once?
So we can certainly let Dave Frankel weigh in. My sense was that we want to specifically add to A, under the notion of a council meeting, the language that was talked about in terms of being able to utilize item 12 to place an item on a future agenda.
And I'd be glad to propose some language if that's helpful as a follow-up item for myself. Thank you.
All right, so let's go to the next person. Councilor Smith, you had a comment.
Yeah, are we doing it line by line on this protocol 4, or would it be better to talk to each counselor to hear what needs to change?
Do you have a comment on this particular protocol that you wanted to make?
Yes.
Then make it.
Okay. So I would agree with Councilor DeMott, and mine particularly, and I was new. I was 2 months into this. And it wasn't necessarily, to my understanding is that we followed Robert's rules to the best of our ability. And so Robert's rules say that you can bring up a topic at the end of a meeting or in other business. And that was what I proposed. And I just felt that my fellow colleagues thought it was brought up as a surprise, that it was uncalled for. And so I just want to make sure that maybe it's even more drawn out as far as what a procedural process is on how to bring discussion to all of council and have a fruitful conversation as far as bringing up a topic. So I would agree and would like it to be a little bit more spelled out. And it sounds like Mr. Frankel is able to do that for us. So thank you.
All right.
And Councillor Smith, this is Dave Frankel again. I'm absolutely glad, happy to do that. Just one thing to clarify, as you'll see in the rules and protocols, we make reference to Robert's rules where the council rules and protocols don't apply. So I believe that council has the ability here to consensus build and adopt its own protocols that would be controlling here in a way that Robert's rules really aren't. We have reference to and we use Robert's rules for guidance, but we are not strictly bound by them, and council can provide the clarity through these documents to cover this scenario, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Ms. Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe my question has been answered, but I am just going to restate what I've heard, that our Mr. Frankel is going to provide some language here that allows council to know how to bring up a topic to be addressed at a future session, giving enough time for notice so that all stakeholders can be aware of the conversation that council will be having. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Thank you.
Other comments on this item? Mike, do you and Dave have enough for what you need on protocol 4, or there is still more for protocol 4?
Well, perhaps a way to answer that, Mayor, would be to pose back to the council. Is there anything else on protocol 4 in terms of questions on the agenda topic or clarification of direction that you feel needs to be addressed at this juncture?
Are there other comments on 4?
Yeah, I do. Mayor, this is Councilor Bowles. I do. So how do I guess I'm a little confused. What we've what has happened lately is someone maybe late on a Thursday night said, I want this at a council meeting, and then the following Monday it's added. So like, I don't know, how does this protocol cover that when someone just emails to the group and says, this is an issue, I want it added, and then it's added the following Monday, and that's like a Thursday night, staff's not around Friday. I guess I'm not fully aware of how this protocol is covering that circumstance, and it ends up on the following Monday's agenda. Is that typical, or is that we can all do that, or is that not possible? I guess I'm confused on where we draw the line.
I think the initiative there, Mr. Bowles, is to try to get these things brought in front of the whole group and not be doing these kind of things through email. And that if you have something you want to bring up, you'll bring it up on Monday night. And if it's not already on the agenda, because the packets will have gone out on Wednesday and there's not time for staff to put together anything on a new agenda item that goes out on Thursday. So I think we're trying to make sure the staff has adequate time to prepare for anything that's been agendized. The same thing, if we have something that wants to be introduced at the following Monday during item 12, that also takes a vote of the council to put it on there. And if they do, then that gives staff time to be ready and have it on the agenda for the following Wednesday.
You mean following Monday?
So it's in the packet that goes
Wednesday
out
when you do the agenda. Okay, I got you. All right, thank you very much. That was a concern I had. I wasn't sure because what we've been doing is not what's in the protocol. It seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, so I need to be, I guess.
I think we're trying to make sure we start to follow the protocol.
All right, thank you.
All right, I don't see anything else. Mike and Dave, go to your next one.
No,
I actually
I
have
We're
was
still on it.
yeah.
a lot of questions in the text box.
Do you have another question, Ms. Smith?
Yes, sir. I thought we were going line by line. That's why I was holding off. But if I'll just lay it all out. So one of them says that, let's see, to email city manager ahead of meeting, any questions with copy to mayor and councilors. I would like to note that if maybe, and I know it says bring up questions at study session, but maybe also have like a note in there to say it's okay to bring up questions at council as well, because there's a lot of times where I read my packet on the weekend. I'm not able to read it in the week, and it might be a Sunday night that I'm reading it to be fresh for Monday, and I can't turn around that fast to ask beforehand. So a lot of my questions come out during council meetings and study sessions. So I just don't want it to be a ding if I ask a question and it didn't come before the meeting, if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense, Ms. Smith. I think the question is when you have questions that you know of, we have been trying to get people to get that to council staff and city staff no later than noon on Monday, so they can hopefully try to be working on it. So that's one of the pieces we tried to strive to give them some time. Otherwise,
Sure.
If you ask it at council, you may not be able to get a meeting response because they don't know what it was and they haven't prepared for it.
Yeah,
That doesn't
and
mean-
that's
Yeah, that
fine.
doesn't mean you can't ask a question at the council meeting. But if you have questions ahead, as a courtesy to them, we're trying to get you to get those submitted.
Got it. Okay. The other item I would like to add in here that I haven't seen is when we were together as a council, sometimes we've rearranged the agenda, and I would just like it to have in here that if the mayor or a councilor brings up a reorganization of the agenda, I would like it to be a council agreement as far as how we reorg. And that's all mine for protocol 4. So thank you.
All right, so let me check one more time before we move. Is anybody else that's got a comment on protocol 4?
Yes.
Go ahead,
I do
Andy.
as well.
Ms.
Yep,
Sykes, go ahead.
Catherine, it looks like Catherine also has some questions after me. On question 2A, I strongly agree with Councilor Smith. Oftentimes, I have very smart colleagues. A question or comment that they bring up will trigger another question or comment that I have. And so I just, similar to Councilor DeMont's point earlier, I think we should be explicit that that's allowed. So I think 2A should say when possible, to be considerate, as the mayor stated, because of course we want to give people time to prepare for questions, but that also doesn't foreclose on council's need to fully understand a policy issue before they vote on it. So that would be one. And then I actually really like 3A and B, particularly having staff, city manager or his delegate, or her delegate, whatever, didn't mean to gender that, kind of summarize the direction and restate it, just because I think sometimes clarity is important for us too, to own the direction that we gave. So like that and want us to live it.
But I'm out of sync with the questions, but it's because my chat line is just now updated, so I'm behind about 10 people, it looks like. So I have the sites ahead you. I think you're caught up. Ms. Scully, I had you, and then I think Mr. DeMott.
I think that's correct, Mr. Mayor. So my only comment was back to the surprises to the council. And Councilor Smith, I remember that evening, and it was a surprise, but I understand how you might have been confused, because I've done the same thing, where I've brought up a topic kind of out from nowhere, and I didn't give anybody any warning that I was going to talk about that topic. And I think that's what happened that night, if I recall right. And so I think the protocol, and I've had to learn this, and I have been corrected by my fellow counselors as well, and taught a little bit, is that to just give a heads up if you're planning to move to put something on an agenda at last minute, or or you're planning to change your vote, which is something I did at one point. I changed my vote on something and didn't give a heads up to my fellow counselors, kind of caught them off guard. So just letting people kind of know that, hey, I'm pivoting, I'm changing direction, I've got a different topic I want to talk about. Just a little heads up on that is always great, just so that we can also prepare and plan. That's all I had.
All right, Mr. Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. To Councilor Bowles' point, I think, because I'm usually the one who does that. So as far as emailing things and asking for it to be on an agenda, I think there needs to be a delineation between those kind of actions and what I'm thinking of for here anyway in my head. Like if I'm trying to ask for something to go to a vote, that's what I'm thinking about being agendized. If we regularly have an area where we could bring up concerns to the city manager and staff, I do not participate in the one-on-ones with the city manager, and I do not intend to start or restart. However, I still have questions that need to be addressed one-on-one with staff, but I like to give that heads up. So my asking for those things to be able to at least be prepared that, hey, I'm going to ask this question out of this email instead of just leaving it in an email, so I can make sure that the city manager and staff understand what I'm asking for, isn't because I expect it necessarily to happen that meeting. It's more, hey, I want to discuss this, and if I get support, I'd like us to have a further discussion about it. So it is kind of a different, the way that I'm approaching it anyway, but I think you have a really good point. How does that fit in to our overall protocols? Because, the other option for me is just to wait until, like we did at the beginning of this meeting, do you have anything you want to discuss? And then just bring it up. I feel like at least the way that I've been approaching those kind of items gives staff at least a little bit of a heads up. I'm going to ask about something, and sometimes it's an easy answer that they could just set me along my way with the information I need, and other times maybe it's something they're going to have to dig into, and potentially it's going to be one of those issues where it's going to take enough time that I need support of my colleagues.
I think it's a good comment, Mr. Demott. I think that the way the protocol is set up and what we're talking about using item 12 for still answers your question.
Great. And I just think I wanted to just clarify my stance on it for Councilor Bowles, because that has happened quite a bit recently. So
Ms. Fitch, hang on a second. Ms. Fitch?
Yes, Mayor.
Mr. Bowles is showing that he's muted by the organizer. Can you see if you can get him unmuted?
Yes. Sorry about that, Councilor Bowles. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Okay, good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't say much. I was trying to comment. Thank you, Councilor Demott. I understand that. And I heard you, what you said, and I think that makes a lot of sense. So thank you very much. That's all I had.
All right.
It was frustrating. It was frustrating that I couldn't unmute and said, organizer, wait a minute, I want to say something. So, thank you.
All right, Ms. Sykes.
I just real quick want to touch base with what Councilor Demott has brought up. I think it's a really good point. If something occurs that's kind of a national level event or something that's emergent, do we want to have a protocol where a counselor can ask for it to be agendized? And if there's enough time to agendize it prior to the Monday meeting, that we allow that. It would have to maybe have a super majority. But for something like a September 11th or a stock market crash, or do you know what something that maybe
yeah,
we want to, that there is a level of timeliness that maybe does not allow
Or
a
a
minimum of a
pandemic.
week delay or a pandemic. Not that these things occur, but I think it might be useful to have a tool that can't be abused. Maybe it's not a simple majority, but that we can agendize on as long as we have that window of posting that we could add to the, similar to how staff does when we need to have a special meeting, or, you know, we do adjust post Wednesday oftentimes our agenda.
Mr. Frankel, I think you're going to need to turn in because we still have the issue that we don't have staff there to respond after Thursday close of business. They're not back until Monday. We would not have time to do the 24-hour notification in the pieces being discussed now.
So, yeah, I'm in agreement. The challenge would be with the open meetings law and providing adequate public notice on an agenda item. However, in an emergency, I would point out that we have in our code provision now for emergency meetings, at which time council can convene on short notice without the 24-hour posting. The way we come into compliance on the open meetings law, if an emergency meeting is called, is that whatever action is taken at the emergency meeting must be ratified at the next regularly scheduled meeting, or it dies, basically. So no action taken in an emergency meeting can continue if it's not ratified in a properly noticed open meeting. So we do have that option. But another scenario that might come up more often would be where we have an amendment to the agenda that is required after it's published on Wednesday afternoon. And I believe that we can comply with the open meetings law if we know about that soon enough, such that we could amend the agenda, and we've published amended agendas and made adequate public notice in those scenarios. But we typically would try to do that on a Thursday so that we have, or, you know, we would want to have 24 business hours notice would be my recommendation. So if we could post it on a Thursday, that provides us the 24 business hours public notice for a Monday evening action. So I think there are a couple of ways, but if it's helpful in a protocol here to contemplate, you know, how an amendment to an agenda could occur on a Thursday after it's originally been published, we could potentially craft some language to address that scenario, if that's what council's interested in.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel. I mean, I think it's very important that we always agendize and allow stakeholders to know what business we're going to handle. This was something more thinking like if there was something emergent that came up, or insignificant, I think emergent is the wrong word, that came up, if on a Thursday, could we still get it added to the agenda at a council direction versus a staff direction? If there's not desire to do that, I think it's probably a fairly rare occurrence. I understand that. I just wanted to bring it up because it did seem like recently, it seems like it's more likely than not that might happen again. And it could give us some flexibility to respond in a timely manner, but I am not by any means married to that idea. The next question that I had was just, it feels like we've had a lot of questions lately. I was wondering if we wanted to have like a standing scheduled study session to parking lot questions that maybe aren't on topic with what's on the agenda, but still allow time for council members to get together with staff to have those answered. And before everybody shoots me dagger looks, I mean, something like a standing third Saturday of the month, a day that I know a lot of us have jobs outside of council that would allow us to attend and allow us really that time to ask some of those questions. And it could be only councilors who are interested attend. But I just wanted to run that by my colleagues because it feels like we always end up with schedule compression. You know, it feels pretty hard to answer all our questions and get to all the stuff done we want in a night. Just wanted to hear thoughts. Maybe this was a bad idea, but just thought I'd bring it up now at protocols with the agenda to see if people, what they thought of it.
Well, if other people have got other days they want to do this other than Monday nights, I think there's time that can be put together on a study session agenda. But I'm not planning on doing this just to have council ask each other questions and do it on a Saturday. Yeah.
No, the thought would be to have a standing, maybe once a month Saturday study session, which would have a burden on staff, asking staff questions, not asking council questions.
Well, that's what I just said. I'm not willing to do a Saturday study session. We have Mondays every week. We can do those and we can add that as a piece of it. As David says, if you have a fifth Monday, you could do it on the fifth Monday, but you don't always have fifth Mondays.
I would just, since you're asking us all, I really wouldn't be in favor of that. Just because I feel like if we have topics that are not easily answered, it's something that usually tell us that they can bring back. So I kind of like it as is, but I appreciate the suggestion.
I also appreciate the suggestion, Mayor Pro Tem Sites. I think it is a good idea, but I would worry about it. It seems a little unreasonable to ask our staff to be working on a Saturday.
Agreed. Some burden would be on staff.
All right, can we move on? Ms. Smith, you have another question?
I was just gonna chime in and say I appreciate where you're going, Mayor Pro Tem, and I think maybe I would be interested in, and maybe it's something that, well, when we were meeting in person, we were doing onboarding what felt like every other Wednesday, and it might be an opportunity for us to kind of talk through those things, and I don't know what that looks like as far as you know, having a Wednesday every quarter. Just, I know we have those extra meetings, not always, but it might be an option to maybe look into if we had those run-on meetings. But I do appreciate what you're trying to do. So.
All right, any other comments on protocol 4?
Lindsay, I'm sorry, I was focused on getting the prior sentence right. Your idea was to use a periodic Wednesday for this same idea?
Yeah.
Is that all right?
It would be an hour or so every quarter.
Okay, thank you. That's a fifth Wednesday, probably.
It doesn't have to be it. Just.
All right. Do I have? All right, thank you. Sorry, I was behind.
All right, so again, last comments on protocol 4. All right, Mike, David.
Thank you, Mayor.
5.
Protocol, yeah, thank you, Mayor. Protocol 5 is when there is something urgent, how it is that we actually define urgent as a major incident, an emergency situation, or a topic on the television news and newspaper. How is it that we want to be contacted? And while the list here on the version that I have is not currently updated, it appears that almost everyone is comfortable with text or mobile phone. Does that continue to be okay?
Anybody who has a problem with that? Your priority, I think in the past, most everybody has said, first notify me through text. If you can't get me through text, try cell phone as a backup. Anybody who has other desires? Not seeing any.
Good. Thank you, Mayor.
I believe that a number weighed in on that question, answered that question. Those that took the survey. So I think we've kind of captured that in at least several, if not all cases.
Right. Protocol 6 is communications, and we talk about one, on matters of general interest, counselors will copy everyone, all members of the mayor and the council. The city manager will share the information, this is 2, and responses to individual counselors with the full mayor and council on matters of general interest. And then 3, information goes to the mayor and all the counselors at the same time. The notion that we don't use communication as a manipulation mechanism. Comments on that one?
Not seeing anybody yet.
Okay.
Hold on. Ms. Smith.
Thank you. The only note that I have in this one is that whatever activity and resources are offered to one counselor or mayor should be offered to all of council for an activity to participate in or resources to gather more information.
So I apologize. May just be that I'm not in tune with practice. Can you help me understand that one a little bit, Councilor Smith?
Yeah. So my understanding was that, and just an example is that, and I don't know if it was driven by one counselor or a few, but there were some roll calls that counselors had went to in June, and then some of us had found out that people were going to roll calls, and then it wasn't offered. It didn't feel like it was offered to all of council. And so I'm just saying that I would like to have activities and or resources, if it's going to all of council or one of council, I would appreciate it if it went to all of council for an opportunity to participate.
So I guess I'm a little confused by that, because it was my understanding that roll calls were always open to counselors if they wish to attend, and they could ask at any time to attend a roll call.
And this is the whole onboarding thing that I wasn't involved in. So I think I'm a little bit at a disadvantage because I feel so far behind on what's acceptable and what's not. And that's where I'm getting at, as far as we need to spell this out. If it's something that we could have always attended, then maybe that should have been communicated. But I don't feel like it was.
So I guess I'm concerned that there's been missed onboarding, and maybe that needs to be addressed, that we need to make sure we get everybody on council completely onboarded. Could we go back to, I wonder if it's possible to continue those, I know they were called tours or something, if we could go back to that. I mean, we did one a couple weeks ago, Councilor Smith, you and I did. I believe the whole council was invited. I know, but the whole council was invited and we did it, and it seemed very reasonable to do it by a virtual meeting. Maybe that would be a solution to helping complete that process.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the other part of the question is, every council member, when they come on board, is requested to attend a series of onboarding meetings with various departments. Ms. Smith, have you not had that opportunity?
We got so far into having the onboardings for the tours and topics. That's actually what it was called. And then COVID hit, and everything that we were supposed to have, one of them was HR. I think one of them was our safety department, PD and fire. That was on upcoming. I think we did finance, but we only probably had 3 or 4 that we went through for departments, and we have a lot of departments that we have yet to go through. And like I said, I'm catching up. I am researching and running as fast as I can, but I haven't had a full onboarding that everybody else has.
All right, Mr. Seymour, have you completed yours?
She's still having muting problems. Oh, no, you're there. I'm sorry.
I'm here. We were through the major departments, but we still had more to go. So, and it was an issue of, rather than doing in previous years where it was a almost an entire day of onboarding. It was a department by department, and so that was rather than fire hosing us in one entire day onboarding, which makes it hard. But on the other hand, we never know what's going to happen tomorrow, which it kind of happened. And then tours and topics, we are working through those on Wednesdays by department. So, yeah.
All right, so let's do this. Cody, are you still on?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right. I would like you to follow up with Counselor Smith and Seymour, find out what departments they actually got to do, and get them arranged with it as much as possible and as soon as possible to get the rest of their onboarding done. And then if they have questions after their onboarding, then we'll bring it back and try to resolve their questions.
Happy to, sir.
All right, thank you. Ms. Smith, you have something else?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Demott.
I actually just had some comments about what Councilor Smith raised. So, when Catherine or Councilor Scully and I were onboarded, I think it was actually 2 days of department head meetings. And it was a long weekend, but it was super valuable for us to at least know who was who, kind of the mission statement of each internal department. So hopefully we can get that done soon. But as far as the roll calls, I think that there was some confusion or question even to the point of, maybe having Dawn accompany some of the council members, where I routinely visit roll calls wherever I can. And I know I've visited with some of you multiple times. Actually, I think most of the people who've been on council, at least since I've been on, I've probably visited a roll call either on the holidays or, during certain situations. I try to do it a couple times a year. But I've never been offered before, and maybe you guys asked, I've never been offered before for the city manager to come with me. And it was my understanding that in the situation that was being raised, and this is probably a discussion for another day, but I didn't want to leave it unsaid, that there was specific, questions asked to the PD during roll calls that you guys have visited, just to kind of see where people are at, whether it's about current legislation or just things that are going on in their department. And if it's something you guys requested, I didn't realize that was ever an opportunity of something I could take advantage of. That's since been scheduled, at least as far as I visited roll calls virtually, but we went back into COVID when I found out about that. And at some point, once we're live again, I'm pretty sure that the city management's office will visit us when we get to go there. But just to clarify, I had that same concern that Councilor Smith did, just because I wasn't aware that we could be accompanied and be able to hear straight from departments that way.
Okay.
So can I address that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I also visit PD roll calls regularly throughout the year, a couple of times. And that happened to be when I was intending to go and do a roll call. It was not planned that I was going to go with somebody, but it did happen that our city manager was there one of the days that I was there, not all 3 of the days, just one of the days. And I would address questions if anyone asked me a question, or I thought I had a solution or an answer, because that's who I am. And as a city councilor, I believe that is my job and role. So I apologize if you felt that, Councilor Demont, if you felt that you had been left out of a discussion or a process, but that just simply isn't the case, at least for me.
And I appreciate the clarification, but it wasn't just you. There was another counselor that had that same opportunity. So I'm not going to argue about it. I just think that it's worth saying why Councilor Smith and I had the assumption we did. If it's wrong, great. We won't have that problem again. And again, I'm not going to sit and argue about it, but I think at least it's worth saying, that did happen with multiple people, and I've never had that opportunity.
I've gone to a roll call with you, Councilor Demont. I've gone to roll calls multiple over the years. Sometimes we're asked to say a few words either by the officer in charge, or sometimes we're not, right? It just kind of depends. Typically, what we say is, have a wonderful holiday. We appreciate, what you're doing. No council supports you. I think because of the issue of the day, a lot of our officers had questions, and so just being willing to and open to answering them. and not going outside of anything that council had already agreed to, was kind of the goal, again, to just be responsive. But I mean, I've gone with roll calls with you, so I do know that that we can go to roll calls. And I apologize if maybe I took a liberty that maybe I just presumed I had that we didn't. And so if we're not supposed to speak at the roll calls or ask if people ask questions, not respond, I maybe this is the right time and we can just set those protocols so nobody feels left out or blindsided or, circumvented.
And I appreciate that, and I agree with most of what you said. I just would say that these things were on our logs showing that Dawn was going to go at the same time. At least one of you was going to go. So I don't think that was a happenstance. So again, it's fine. And you did nothing. I don't have a problem with what you did. I just want to be able to have that same opportunity to be able to go and hear from our departments and our employees with the city manager next to me, who is our employee, so that when I try to address concerns, the appropriate person heard the same thing I did, so that we can have that conversation, both he and I and you guys, to make sure I didn't mishear what I was told and he heard the same thing, because it's just more collaborative. So I do see the benefit in what you guys did. Hence why I think just making sure that we all understand those opportunities. And if we're going to do, if you're going to be able to take that opportunity, that just it's shared at some point for us to go do the same thing for that reason, because I think it is beneficial, and it's beneficial for one of us to be next to our employee in order to hear, from the employees, so that we can address their concerns, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And I agree. I think it is actually, I hadn't done it in the past, but it was actually nice. And actually Barbara happened to be there as well that day. It wasn't planned, but it was nice to have both of them. So I couldn't mishear and they could also directly hear what was being said. They didn't feel circumvented.
Yeah, agreed. So I appreciate the conversation though.
Okay, can we move on?
And Mayor, under Protocol 7, that actually is employee contact. And so perhaps this chat that we just had in terms of making sure that as we interact with our employees, that they continue to recognize that there is a chain of command and the city manager is responsible for them, so that under Protocol 7, perhaps there is that conversation might be more appropriately held there. So under Protocol 7 actually is employee contact, and there's a number 1, which is when the employee initiates it. And we want to make sure we keep that interaction social. And if the employee does have a concern about the organization, the management, then we need to make sure that we are referring the employee to their supervisor, their department head, HR, or the city manager. And then 2 is council initiated. Requests for information are welcome. Be mindful that of your position and the potential for misunderstanding. We want to make sure that we let the city manager's office know so that they can follow up if necessary. And then B, to avoid directing the city staff, remembering that even a question may be perceived as a directive.
All right, are there comments from council on items on Protocol 7? I'm not seeing any.
Nice. Thank you. So Protocol 8 is really pretty long. It is the communications with developers, citizens, and business interests regarding current or potential development proposals. And I know the suggestion was that we read that. It's a fairly significant series of points. What's the pleasure of the council here? Do we want to go ahead and go through that line by line, or do you have comments that you would like to offer with regard to Protocol 8 as a whole?
Let's see what Ms. Smith's got to offer, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question and or comment revolves around how Mr. Mayor is in meetings with the city manager, talking to developers, and this really kind of rolls into the ex parte when we're making decisions. And I don't quite understand how meeting prior to find out information, talk about city items, why city council is not involved in all of those discussions to have a fruitful talk as far as what we're moving forward in the city.
Councilor Smith, this is Dave Frankel speaking. If I could give you a little background as to Protocol 8. I believe Protocol 8 was intended to ensure that everyone was on the same page and aware of concerns that we not jeopardize council decisions on quasi-judicial matters that are before you for consideration. And my advice would be to not engage in discussions with applicants who have projects that are going to come before council for consideration. And I would hope that the types of meetings you're describing would not be on those types of applications. So to the extent that meetings occur that are general in nature, I don't see a problem as far as boosting the city, advocating for our city before a project comes in, or potentially a project that's coming through an administrative process that won't come in front of city council. Those could be scenarios where you're not jeopardizing by having a conversation with an applicant prior to their hearing.
And Mr. Frankel, we're just talking about hearing decisions. It doesn't necessarily relate to other decisions. That's not hearing related? Is that what I understand?
So certain items are before council in a quasi-judicial setting. Others are before you legislatively and administratively. So for example, many of the contracts that council considers are administrative in nature. Many of the ordinances that you're considering are legislative in nature. And just as state legislators can be lobbied regarding pending legislation, so too can city councilors be lobbied on pending legislation. It's really the third category of decisions that is what I'm getting at with quasi-judicial matters, where you'll be presented with an application in a meeting and you'll need to consider the evidence that's presented and apply the code to that evidence and reach a decision based on the record before you. And those types of hearings should not be influenced by outside conversations that occur outside of the hearing. So it's designed to ensure the procedural due process rights of not only the applicants, but of all stakeholders, including our residents of our city, to ensure that those decisions are based solely on the evidence that's presented with the application of our code. So Protocol 8 is intended to provide some guidance when you have those types of hearings coming forward, and they're definitely of interest to not only the applicant, but potentially residents within our community. I don't doubt that council will be contacted by people who are very interested in these proposals, but I would invite those people who are interested to participate in the public hearing and testify or submit comments in writing as a way to make sure that their voices are heard, rather than trying to arrange for individual meetings with members of council. Those individual meetings, I think, are more risky and problematic.
And maybe that goes back to maybe my prior point as far as if we are going into I would like more information as a council, and I don't know what my colleagues think, but just more information as a council to have that opportunity to attend those meetings and have, we just went over that in the last protocols, having the same resources and activities that if you're coming to Westminster to advocate on behalf of Westminster, I would like that opportunity for all of us to participate in that discussion. And that's all I have.
Ms. Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just, this is wanting to clarify, making sure I heard what Councilor Smith said. Councilor Smith, I think you're talking to some degree to Protocol 8, Section 1. Is that correct? You're also talking about Section 2, the ex parte and quasi judicial, but then just in general being kind of a booster for the city. Is that the where you want to be able to participate as well?
Yeah, and I mean, there's been residents who have reached out. There have been times where I've seen closed door conversations where the mayor has gone into city manager's office, talked to developers. And I don't know if it's quasi judicial. I don't know who these people, relate to. And so it just doesn't, I would just like the opportunity, if we are having those conversations, to then participate. Does that make sense? Instead of.
Yeah, so I'm comfortable with Section 1 as it's written. Specifically, if the member of council wishes to participate in a first introductory meeting with staff and the developer, citizen, business interests for the purpose of ambassadorship, please indicate that to staff and referring the matter to them. It is recommended that the member of council then remove themselves from further contact with the developer on the referred matter. So I like that because I think it keeps us within our role. We're not negotiating on behalf of the city or doing something that's outside of the role of a council member. But I do have to say, my understanding is the mayor has for many years added value by being at some of those introductory meetings. I think there is kind of an industry desire to meet with the mayor of a community. I think it would help and me know that those were not quasi-judicial in nature and feel more comfortable with it if we were then alerted to what the meeting was and what the role was. And I recognize that sometimes there's proprietary information or it can't be released, but I don't know if that would qualify for an executive session. But I do understand that being part of the role of the spokesperson of the city. I think you just don't want to be caught off guard or not be aware. Am I hearing you correctly or am I misparaphrasing what I heard?
Yeah, and that's, for the most part, I think you encapsulated my thoughts on that. And that's, I would just like, and it would be helpful, even if it's not quasi-judicial, to have a lot of the information that was shared in the meeting, just so that I feel comfortable. Mayor Pro Tem, you and I are very research-based, data-driven, very kind of deep-looking. And so I think having all of that information about what we're making a decision on very much helps then make us feel comfortable where we're at, right? So that's where I'm getting at as far as, yes, I would like to be informed if it's quasi-judicial or not. And then that way we're equipped with information in that regard. And then just kind of a recap of, okay, here's what the mayor is just working on behalf of the city to put Westminster in a great light, right? And there wasn't any ex parte communication going on. So that would probably help ease my concerns in regard to this certain protocol.
Well, Ms. Smith, I know I'm about the only one that can answer your question in regard to that. And I will tell you, sometimes that is okay. And sometimes it's not, because it's was shared with you. Sometimes we will have a investor or a potential developers coming in, doesn't want people to know they're here. And that's because of the nature of their business. So in that cases like that, or if it's not something that they're willing to share, I can't share it.
That just doesn't seem right for all of council.
That's their privilege of confidentiality. They don't want people knowing they're in the market or they're planning to do something, because if they're looking at a piece of property, they don't want people to go hike it up knowing that they're in there marketing it. That's an example.
Sure.
Or they don't, their competition to know that they're coming into the market. So those kind of things are not things that we arbitrarily can just say, we're going to release it, because we can't without their permission. And it's just like we've had instances here where we've done agreements as a council with somebody under a front name, but the real name is not known until after the closing, because they want to control what's available to people in the market.
Okay. It just doesn't feel right to me, as far as I understand where you're getting at. It just doesn't feel right that it just seems like you're operating on more information than the rest of us. And it doesn't sit well with me, so.
Well, I can tell you that you're getting as much information as I have on the details of a project. But if I'm sitting here trying to convince somebody to come to Westminster, there's typically not a specific detail about a project, but a concept. And anytime they start into a quote project, my direction to them is, once you start talking to staff, you're no longer talking to me. Because that then puts it into the process where, to Mr. Frankel's point, it could become quasi-judicial.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Seymour, never mind, wasn't a comment. Is any other comments on this one?
Is there a follow-up on this? Is there some direction that needs to be captured?
Only that if Mr. Frankel has something he feels that needs to be explained in there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's more clear now. I apologize to the extent my answer was longer than it needed to be. As far as paragraph number 1 of Protocol 8 versus paragraph number 2, perhaps there's some language that paragraph number 1 could incorporate as far as reporting back, where a member of council is advocating and providing ambassadorship on behalf of the city. There is a commitment, an expectation to share with the rest of council a conceptual report without identifying potentially commercially sensitive information, where a concept could be reported back, a general concept. I don't know if that would address the concerns that I'm hearing that are articulated here about the sharing of information, but perhaps some kind of reporting back would help.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Frankel. I would appreciate that.
Did I get that right, Dave? Can you see what I just drafted kind of clumsily, Dave? Is that about it? Paragraph 1 could be modified to support ambassadorship within the parameters, some parameters that you would draft to ensure confidentiality.
I like that, David, and I think perhaps it's, but if there's a need for an expectation that reporting back in a prompt manner is the expectation of the group, that might help.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else on Protocol 8? All right, moving on to 9.
Thank you, Mayor. Protocol 9 is speaking for the city, and sub-bullet 1 says the mayor is the chief spokesperson for the city and represents the city policies, council decisions or directions, and represents the city's position to outside agencies. And then 2, the city manager is also a major spokesperson for the city and speaks for the city organization and management, represents the city reflecting the council decision and directions.
All right, Mr. DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like some clarification around the language that points out that those things are at the direction of the majority of council. I think that, that everybody understands. I think we all know that, but I think it's worth spelling out in our policies here that that's how it works.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. I'd also like to tag on to that and have council copied on the letters that are going out. I know that we've done in support of letters or in opposition of letters, and I'd just like to be copied on those that have my name on it.
Members of council, this is your city manager, Don Tripp. I have a question on this one. It's not clear to staff if there's a decision by a majority of the council to take a position on a letter that goes on behalf of the city, if all 7 names go on that letter, or if that letter should be limited only to those that agree. And second thing I'd say is we always endeavor to make sure you've consented before your name goes on a letter. And if we've ever failed to do that, that was an error, and I apologize for that.
Dave? Mr. Mott?
Yep, I just was going to say, because I know this is something I've brought up in the past, my preference of the council is that we agree on whether or not all our names go on, because I think there is potential on any issue where one of us may feel strongly against a letter that goes out, and even though the majority of council may support it and the council is going to support it, I think that it's fair to have everybody's names or listed or not, whether or not they're going to support a specific issue. So my preference would be that we list names out, and if there's a dissenting member of council, that they're allowed to not have their name on a letter.
So let me clarify and make sure I understood what you said, Mr. Mott. If there's a letter going out that the city as a majority supports a position for whatever it is, that if there's somebody who was opposed to that position, that their name not be on the letter if it's signed by all council members, or most of them, I don't think even list the council members' names on them.
Yeah, I guess that's a good clarification, Mayor. I would ask that if we don't have the full council on, that there's an opportunity, instead of just saying this Westminster City Council, that you do list the names of those who support it and leave off the ones that do not support it. If you prefer that it just be clear that we always list the names of the members who support it, that would meet my need. But I just want there to be the ability to not have, to show that there was dissent on something.
Can we do that by the virtue of the council without having to list names? Because a lot of these letters don't have anything except the mayor's signature. In the body of the letter, can we trying to address this so we don't get confused about remembering who signed for what? That just state that a majority and not the council? Or do you feel strong that you have to have your name listed as somebody in opposition?
It really depends, unfortunately. I think there's been ones where I'm happy that it just says the majority of council, but there are very distinct, I could think of a handful of times where, a couple of us were very strongly wanted to make sure it was seen that that we didn't support something. So I'd be curious to hear my colleagues' view on it, because I think I'm not the only one who's been in that situation where they didn't want their name on a particular support letter. Or, I mean, it could go the other way too. The council could be opposing something I strongly support. So I'd be curious to hear from my colleague.
Ms. Sykes?
Thank you. Sorry, my camera, I clicked off. I can hear what Councilor DeMont is saying. I'm sure there's some things that are so counter to someone's value that they would have a hard time having their name specifically listed. So I think the mayor's proposal of saying a majority of city council and then signed simply by the mayor should allow for that. But let's say there's an instance where it's the mayor who disagrees with the majority of city council. Do we want to ask him to sign? And in that instance, would we allow signatures of everybody else. I just wanted to float that out there, that it could end up being the mayor that's, you know, in a minority position that doesn't agree with the rest of council. And do we want to make sure that they are allowed to not have their name associated with that letter? Does anyone follow? Am I clear as mud? I apologize.
I'm having trouble trying to, how to capture this. Anita, can you?
I saw that on your, I could read that. So what I'm saying is I really did like the mayor's suggestion that if it is not a unanimous council decision, the letter simply states the majority of city council and it's signed by the mayor or him or herself. But what if the situation is that the mayor is the one who strongly opposes what the majority of council wants in that letter? Should we have a caveat where it could then, in that circumstance, the mayor's signature is missing, but the rest of council's signatures are present, just to allow them that ability to also dissent? Does that, and maybe this is probably not relevant. As a spokesman for a city, I think as a city councilor, you know, we all agree that we're going to support. When the majority goes one way, we go with it, right? Like we stop fighting and we have to go to implementation. We can talk, we can still dissent, we can work to change the day the next time. So I don't know if it's relevant, but I did just want to see what the thoughts were of everybody here.
And David Eisenhower, as you're typing, you're actually in protocol 8 as opposed to protocol 9, if you wanted to.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'll fix it after I get this sentence finished.
Sure, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mike.
You had a comment and then Ms. Scully.
Oh, am I up?
Ms. Smith is up. She's in the queue ahead of you.
Oh, sorry, I withdraw. I agree with Councillor Seitz and Demott. I think they're kind of, from my perspective, it sounds like they're saying the same thing, but just edited a little bit. If the mayor has any qualms with a letter, then an opportunity to list the people that do support. I'm in favor of. This is a topic point for me that I can't give an overarching yes or no. It just depends on the topic, but I do agree with what Councillor Demott and Mayor Pro Tem is saying.
All right, Ms. Scully, now it's your turn.
I also agree with what Mayor Pro Tem Seitz is saying. I agree that saying it in the letter that there maybe was not 100% buy-in to whatever we are supporting is important. But for and this is the point that I agreed with Mayor Pro Tem. When we sign a letter, basically we are putting down the fight and we're saying we go forth as a council. We all agree at this point that we're going to support this issue. It is a council movement. And so I don't actually agree with leaving off names off a letter. I think that it shows departure from we speak as one voice. And that really concerns me. It leans toward giving toward dividing us politically, and I want to make sure we don't do that. We're a nonpartisan group. We talk about issues, but in the end, we have to support one another. And I know we don't always agree. There have been letters that I have signed recently onto that I didn't necessarily agree with, but I understood it was the will of the majority of the council, and that's the voice we speak with. And so that is my feeling on it.
Okay, Mr. Seymour, I saw you raising your hand. Or were you just waving? Are you muted, Mr. Seymour?
Yes, I was. Yeah, I was in the queue, but it got lost in the wash. So I appreciate that. I want to address, especially, and we're not necessarily talking about letters that are policy letters either, though. We're in some cases, we have not everything we do is a hard and fast policy issue. If we work through something and we a majority believes in something, then we move forward on this. But I think we have to be careful because some of these things have crossed the line into social issues and that are not necessarily the direct purvey of council. And so in that case, I would prefer for us to use the verbiage, either unanimous or a majority of. Because in that case, it would be a strong statement by the others. So that is my argument on issues that are not necessarily policy issues, but maybe social statements or along those kind of lines. And in that case, I feel compelled to be able to withdraw my name or just show it as majority or unanimous. I mean, we can always put unanimous too as a very positive on that side too. But that's where I wish to disagree with Councilor Scully on that too. On those letters that cross that line out of policy into social issues.
Mr. Demott.
Yeah, I understand what Councilor Scully is saying. I disagree. I am fine with if you want to do unanimous versus that not the majority, just so that it's cleaner and it's easy for staff to deal with, and we don't have to go through with names and stuff. I'm fine with that. However, I'm not fine with the idea that if I dissent on something, that that's just status quo. The group spoke. That's not how this body works. We could always look to change things, and I mean, our vision statement just now is a good example of where we've changed something that in past years it was pretty unanimous, with the exception of one person, that was the vision statement we should go forward with. And I also don't. That's not always partisan. Like if you look at a topic like water rates, topic of the day, not a partisan issue. We have different views from counselor to counselor about what we should do with those things, but it's not necessarily partisan, and there needs to be room for dissent and individual voice. And at the end of the day, if my individual voice isn't what the voters want, then next year they have an option to put somebody else in my place. So we need to have that levity as people who are representatives that were sent by the voters to do this job. But I would be okay and open to, if we want to do, and I think actually it was the mayor who originally suggested this, a cleaner way to do it. But you do have to have some sort of room, because Mayor Pro Tem Seitz brings up a very good point that if the mayor doesn't support something, you got to kind of have somebody who's willing to sign that letter. So I don't know. I mean, I could think even further down the line, what if the Mayor Pro Tem doesn't support that? So you got to figure out what that actually looks like if you want a good, clean, this is the way that we do this policy issue or letter.
Well, to everyone's point, I think what I'm hearing is that everyone is okay when there is not a unanimous decision that we put in that is a majority on a letter. I would be very uncomfortable identifying someone who was not, whatever that number is, whether it's 5-2, 4-1, 4-3, whatever, identifying a dissenting member. I think that puts them on the spot of getting political blowback or criticism, or draws particular attention to them, to the public, that's probably not warranted. Simply because they don't have an agreement on a particular item doesn't mean you should hold them up for any kind of particular scrutiny. And I think that's what you're allowing yourself to do if you start putting people's names in who didn't agree with the majority. But if it's using the unanimous decision or majority decision, still states that there were people who were not in favor of something by the word majority without individually naming them.
Mayor, to the point that several have made, let me just make sure I'm understand your clarification. From your own point of view, in the event that you, as the presiding officer, were to need to write a letter expressing the position of the council and you were in the minority, would you still be comfortable signing your name to it, even though you do it on the? Yeah.
That is my role as the mayor. Yes.
Sure. Okay. Just clarify.
We've had one of those unfortunate questions come up, would the council allow for a bio break? Is there any objection? Seeing none, it's 7:03. Let's be back by 7:10 and give everyone time to take care of your needs.
Thank you, Mayor.
Couldn't keep up the blazer. It was getting hot in here.
Still waiting on one council member to get back. Okay. Just for the record, based on my observation of the screen, all members of council are back and present. Mr. David and Mr. Mike. Let's go to the next one.
Thank you, Mayor. We are to protocol number 10, the notion of the liaison role of the council. One is with regard to city boards and commissions, and then there's a section on responsibilities, and then B on the quasi judicial boards, and then number 2, the outside organizations, the responsibilities and regional activities. I'm happy to read that if that's the pleasure of the council, or as I recall from the survey, there were not many issues associated with this one. What about protocol 10?
Questions or comments? Ms. Scully? Do you have something?
It was me, Anita, Counselor, Mayor Pro Tem Sites. Are you having trouble, Counselor Scully?
I am. I'm fine now. I do not have a comment. That was from before. It was to the last one. My question was answered. I'm fine.
All right, I've got, can we eat? Hang on just a second. Since it's being broadcast publicly, Ms. Smith, it's your call. Ms. Sykes, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, no, I'm very supportive of this protocol. I think it's
It's a question that was being asked by Counselor Smith. I think Counselor Smith posed a question. It looks like you may have tried to answer it.
I just asked if anyone was opposed if I had my dinner on camera.
and correct, I answered it, but I also put my name in the queue.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So on 10, especially when it comes to outside organizations, I like the way the protocol is written, especially to A and B. And I think we need to really be, I know we have a lot going on, but really making sure that we present notes or that we empower the staff member that attends to present back to us. Because I think, especially on these regional boards, it's really important for all members of council to be aware of regional issues going on, opportunities, and policy decisions. I think that's important for succession planning, for transparency, and for us to make good calls as a council. So I would just like to remind everybody, I know it can be taxing and long at our, back when we used to have pre-meetings, or even now in COVID time as our part of our council comments, but it is necessary, I think, for all of us to, again, that same value of sharing information.
Mayor,
Other comments?
can I ask a question?
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites, do you have any, like, just from my own personal knowledge, like, is there anything particularly that you would like us, a format you'd like us to use, or would you prefer that we also send out a follow-up in like comment, like email, or I just want to make sure I'm doing it right. That's all.
So sorry, this is real life. My mother has called like a million times. It just keeps ringing. So it's probably gonna happen all night tonight because she can't get a hold of me and has forgotten it's Monday. So I apologize. No, I think 2A just says exactly what it's supposed to do, and then 2B I think is something that we haven't done a very good job on following through, but I'd like us to honor that the way it's written.
Other comments or questions on Protocol 10? All right, gentlemen, let's go.
Thank you, Mayor. Protocol 11 is the executive session with regard to legal status, confidential meeting for negotiations in legal matters, and the ground rules are to keep keep information confidential and in public, referring to the speaking protocol number 9. The mayor speaks for the council on the topic.
Comments on this one? Ms. Smith?
Thank you. So I don't really know where to add this one, because I think that we, as a council, since we've never hosted or held city council meetings and or study sessions virtually, I think that it might be warranted that we have a protocols for virtual meetings. It might help us. And I specifically say that because part of our executive session, so a couple weeks ago, my family was in town, and like I mentioned before, I don't have the capability to do the executive session without anybody listening. And so I did the best I could to keep everything confidential by going to another counselor's home. And so that is where I think that we need to lay out some kind of expectation or something that says that that's okay, that we can have these virtual meetings, but make sure that we are on cue, like, you know, people laying in bed, or I don't know, that we're actually adhering to executive sessions where no one is listening. And I don't know, I just felt like,
I'm not really sure I understand. The executive session tells you can't have anybody present, that can't be discussed. And if you're sitting somewhere where other people can overhear it, then you're letting them engage in the discussion, whether they talk or not. But everything that's done is meant to be held strictly between those that are invited to the meeting. So I guess I'm not understanding what your comment is.
well, I think something here in our protocols is missing about like virtual meetings, about how we conduct ourselves, about like not laying in bed, or being, it's okay to go to another counselor's house to have counsel, so that it is truly an executive session where no one is listening, and not be called out for it. So I think that that's where I'm getting at. Is maybe adding.
Yeah. Let me ask the city attorney if he'd like to weigh in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Smith, for the question, because obviously none of these protocols were drafted with virtual meetings in mind, in that we hadn't done virtual meetings before March. So I think it could be helpful to step forward expectations for virtual meeting conduct. And that way everyone is on the same page. So I could see some value in that, and hopefully we don't have to do virtual meetings for much longer, but it probably couldn't hurt if they are necessary at some point, to have some kind of ground rules set forth in this document to address virtual meeting participation. And I think if your home isn't conducive to participating in an exec session, I think it might be helpful for everyone to know that potentially City Hall is available if you need to utilize a conference room. And I don't want to speak for Don, because obviously he's the city manager, but that's a suggestion that might be worth considering.
Does that answer your question then, Ms. Smith?
Yeah, so do my colleagues agree that we need a protocol on virtual meetings?
The fact that it hasn't been documented, because we've never done it before, I don't disagree, would probably be beneficial to put something in there so that know that people we've talked about it, even though we've been doing it since March. And we don't appear to have had a problem. But documenting it doesn't change anything. But it does document a process by if we run into this again, how we are expected to do it. Ms. Sykes, you had a comment.
I was just going to apologize to the group. I know one executive session, I forgot to lock my door and my son came walking in. I did have headphones on and he didn't hear anything, but I do know that caused a little bit of a stir. And so I think Councilor Smith's suggestion couldn't hurt. I mean, it just makes us all be more intentional and thoughtful about what we need to do to ensure that no one can pop in, like my poor little kid did. So he didn't know you guys couldn't see him very well. He was really embarrassed for like 2 days. So.
All right, any other comments? All right.
May I indicate that someone is going to take responsibility for drafting a draft of a virtual meeting protocol? Who would that be?
That would be Mr. Frankel. And he just held his hand and volunteered. I saw him.
It's amazing you saw that without my camera even being turned on.
I have vision.
But I would also, as Cody and I have discussed, I think it may be that Michelle Parker's got some protocols that we might use as a first draft on this.
Right. Okay. As long as it comes through the city attorney's office, that's fine. All right, next item.
Thank you, Mayor. Protocol 12 is if there is going to be an extended counselor absence and you have a series of steps that you're encouraged to take if that is indeed the case. And again, I'm happy to read them if that would be helpful, or if you have comments on those, we could address those.
Let's just see if there's comment. Ms. Sykes, did you have a comment or was that on the previous one?
No, it's on this. So I want to make sure I'm at right now. We're going into the regulations. Is that correct?
No, we're on item 11, item 12.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I think that's appropriate. I'm happy we have that there. I was writing little notes. Sorry.
Okay. Now we're to the procedures then.
Okay. Seeing no comments on item 12, I think it stays as standard.
Okay. So before we move on, just 2 seconds to congratulate you. This is an awesome working document. And the fact that you now have, as a group, had the chance to talk about it, hopefully then it provides you the framework that you need to move forward. So nobody likes surprises and nobody likes to be treated in a manner that's not consistent. So now that you know, you're good. So we'll make sure that we take David's notes and where appropriate, work with your staff, your city attorney's office, and provide you a new draft to take a look at. Is that okay? Well done. Well done. Okay, the next major topic is indeed the council rules and regulations. And these are, in essence, the things that you have talked about at some length in the past. And again, because you have some new members, appropriate to talk about as a group. They're basically divided into sections in terms of your council meetings, the order of business from council procedures, your bills, who the presiding officers are, the officers and employees, your committees, and then a miscellaneous section that's fairly significant. What would be the pleasure of the group in terms of trying to move through this? It's a fairly significant document. There's lots of provisions in here. Would you like to do it as we have, where we just say we're on part one, number one, and give you a chance to weigh in on those? Or as you've had a chance to review them, by counselor, individual counselor, talk about sections that you might want to talk about just to get a sense of how detailed you'd like to be. What's the council's pleasure?
I'd recommend whether you try to get all the council members who have comments and go through it one part at a time, so we're not jumping through the document in multiple areas. So if you've got comments about that part one on the council meetings, let's take those comments, finish that section off, and then move to the second section.
Very good, Mayor. So we are at part one, which is the council meetings themselves. And number one is the regular council meetings. And there's a reference to your city charter, section 7.1. Questions or comments about number one? Mayor, is it fair to say that if we don't see somebody immediately, we could go on?
I'm watched, give me a minute or so. I'm just watching to see if somebody pops up in the chat. If I don't see anything, I'll tell you to move.
Thank you, Mayor.
Seeing none, go.
Thank you. Section 2 is special meetings. And again, there's a city charter section 7.2 and 7.3 that deals with special meetings.
Seeing none, go.
Section 3 is adjourned meetings. You do have an ability to adjourn from day to day or for more than one day, but no adjournment shall be for a period longer than until the next regular meeting.
Seeing none, go.
Section 4 is meetings are public. And again, there's a city charter section 7.4, and it basically says that all of your meetings, regular and special, shall be open to the public and citizens.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. And I don't, Mr. Frankel, I don't know if this is the correct area to maybe have this, but I wrote in my notes here, I think that residents providing public comment should be allowed to have the audio-visual examples. I know that that's not been allowed in the past, but I'm not quite certain what part of this we could add that to.
So I believe there is a specific rule addressing what types of presentations are permitted. And so I think that will come soon.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
And if I could just briefly, these are largely the ones that we're looking at right now under part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are driven by the charter.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, seeing nothing on that item, go to the next one.
Thank you. Number 5 is the quorum and also how you go about adjourning a meeting.
Seeing none, go ahead.
Thanks. Number 6 is the length of meetings, and it talks about automatic adjournment. You have a provision that basically says you shall adjourn automatically 4 hours after the adjournment, after the commencement of the meeting, if not concluded before such time.
Mr. Demott.
I wanted to address this one because I was on council when we decided we were going to add the time limit. Wasn't particularly a fan then. I'm not necessarily a fan now, but I'm curious what other councilors feel. I mean, obviously, whenever we need to extend, we extend. But do we really see value in this time limit? And so I wanted to at least bring it to the table and hear other people's thoughts. If the majority still likes it, I'm not gonna get stuck on it, but I wanted to at least see if anybody else had an opinion.
Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In observing this too, when this was first enacted, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but as Councilor Demott mentioned, there's never been a vote not to extend. So, in practicality, we do have a stop, but in practice, we continue until we finish the day, the evening's business. So I'm not sure if it's worth right now revising this, just continuing to extend as we needed.
Ms. Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to keep it as is. I've also heard from the public that they appreciate that we do have a stop. I know that we don't always adhere to it, that we often extend, but at least the public has a general idea of how long we will be in session and how long they will need to be present if they wish to have comments or wish to observe the entire meeting. It gives some sort of direction. And I do think it helps our conversations stay to point a little better. So that's my personal feeling.
Other comments?
I would just add, I think that I always find it interesting because being in such a wide, diverse city, we hear different things because I've heard the opposite about the meeting limit as far as when it was even enacted. So, but I'm happy to leave it as is because as Councilor Seymour said, we extend anyway. So it's kind of I guess it's just some extra rails for us to try to shoot for every Monday.
Ms. Smith.
Thank you. I would have to agree with Councilor Demott and Councilor Seymour. We do always extend. I think that's partly on the mayor and all of us to stay on track. But I've always been kind of questioning why we would extend if we have a stop time. We just get done with business and then we're done. I feel sometimes we have to, I feel like it adds an extra layer of protocol for meetings that we have to be mindful of time to then stop our meeting to then extend to whatever we need to. So I think I would be okay with doing away with it.
Ms. Sykes.
Hi, so I, as a member of council who was on prior to having this rule and being on after, I was actually a little bit reluctant to go for this rule. I kind of like the idea of allowing the momentum of the day to carry. But in practice, I think it has been a really great thing for multiple reasons. I think oftentimes it allows, requires us to be more intentional about what we're talking about, how many questions. While this council may not have any issues with that, sometimes when we were a new council, we would get into almost daydream mode and we were taking a long time to go over meetings. I do think this allows us to be much more focused and intentional. I think it makes us consider do we need to extend or can we wrap it up? And really have that inner dialogue. And I think it is also respectful to our staff, most of whom start at 7 a.m. in the morning. So I have kind of come full circle on this and now support it. And because because I work with all of you, I know that you, when it's important, you're all willing to stay. It hasn't been an issue. But I think if there was something noxious, it would allow us to say, okay, we're gonna come back another day, or we no longer need to continue going down this road. So I'm supportive of keeping it.
It's kind of like Elmo.
Oh, I forgot about Elmo for a second, and I went straight to Sesame Street. My apologies.
Enough, let's move on.
Mr. Bowles, you have a comment?
Yeah, I would agree with Councilor Scully and Mayor Pro Tem Sites. Here's what I think. I think it keeps us focused, and we know there's that end. And I think there are moments where, like, we know we need to move on an issue, and we've got 30 minutes left, and then we extend it 30. And I think it helps the public know kind of what our parameters are a little bit better. So I think I've had a few people say, "Thank goodness you have the stop time." It gives them, and then we have to announce we're going to extend. So I think it kind of forces us maybe sometimes to make a decision and not keep the public there till like 2 a.m. So I would support leaving this in. Thank you.
Me personally, I don't care. I'm going to be there till the meeting's done. I don't think we've abused it, but I think you're all correct in that we have at times extended and at times we've deferred some items because the staff said that they could defer them. So if a majority of the 6 of you wants to do away with it, I'm okay with that, because again, I'll be there till we're done. So let me check one more time. Those of you who want to do away with the time limit, just let me know. Mr. Seymour? I'm getting a head shake no. Okay. Ms. Scully, keep it or do away with it?
Keep it.
Okay. Ms. Lights?
Keep it.
Mr. Bowles?
Keep it.
The mod? I couldn't see what are you shaking yes, keep it, or no, keep it?
Lost my tray here, so I would rather get rid of it, but
Okay. Ms. Smith?
I would get rid of it.
Right. Mr. Seymour, let me reconfirm, since you didn't verbalize. Keep it or get rid of it?
Keep it.
Keep it, all right. For right now, I only have 2 people who've indicated they want to get rid of it, because I told you I don't care, because I'll be there no matter what. So right now, the group of the 6, 4 said keep it, and I'll go with the 4. Is there anything else on this one? David or Mike?
Right.
Fine. Okay, part 2 then is about your council procedures. And the first one is with regard to the order of the business that you conduct. There's a series of resolutions that you've adopted or that your predecessors have adopted with regard to these items. There's a comment about minutes and then a comment about bids.
All right, trying to think. Ms. Scully, I think you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the order of the business is fine, and the synchronous of it is fine as well. My question was actually to staff. We get a summary of motions every week. It's awesome. I actually pull that up. I don't pull. I've already gone through my agenda. I can't split my screens in 4 different directions. If I could have on the summary of motions, the roll call, all of the points, a lot of times some of the points are missing and I have a hard time sometimes tracking. I know I'm old and it's okay. So, if we could just list out every piece, that way I can check it off and I can kind of follow better. It's just an observation and something that would be very handy. If not, I'll continue to try to split my screens in a couple of different ways.
Councilor Scully, let me make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. You're talking about if there's multiple parts of a motion that you want those spelled out?
No, sir. So on the summary of motions, it usually has the consideration of the minutes. It has the presentation, no, yeah. And then it has the consent agenda. I was wondering if we could just go ahead and list the whole agenda on the summary of motions and
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, because
so we
it
can see the whole agenda.
just from number 3 to number 8.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
The other pieces that don't take any action at that point is what you're asking, just so they're not missed.
Yes.
right. Just would help me follow along better.
All right. Ms. Fitch, I'm going to turn to you before I go to the next council member. How big of a deal is that?
I think that that would be an easy switch to make.
Okay. Mr. Bowles?
I want to concur with Councilor Scully. I agree. So I have to do that. I have one screen that has or I print out the motions. So I have the motions as a hard copy. And then on my screen, I have the agenda, and I have to kind of find out where that fits in the agenda. I think that's an excellent suggestion. I've had a problem with that before, where I kind of miss making a motion because I'm like, what point are we on the agenda? And then I try to relay that back to the motion sheet. So I think if we can do that, I would really appreciate it. I think it'd make it much more seamless in reading as we go. So I think it's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask a point of clarification?
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to be sure that I understand what you're asking. You just want the agenda, basically the headers. There's no detail needed besides the normal actions that are there already. Okay,
That's
thank you.
All right, any other comments on this item? All right, Mike.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We're now to sub-bullet number 2, which are the agenda procedures. And again, you have a series of resolutions that have been adopted with regard to that, about public comment, about your counselor comments, and then the consent agenda.
I think the last time that we updated this in regards to the agenda was we intentionally moved council comments after public comments for very specific reasons. And I think those reasons have worked out really well so that we understand what has been indicated from the public, so we have the ability to deal with that. Mr. Demott, you have a comment.
First, I want to agree with you that I like the placement of those as far as council comment versus the citizen comment. But this is another one of those time limit things. I was on when we added the time limit for council comment, and I know what the intent was, and I know that the problem in the past, but I think we made a rule for a strange exception, and I don't like the time limit on council comments. So I would put forward to remove that.
Well, let me point out, we've never used it.
I agree, we haven't ever used it, and just like the time limit for the council meetings, we've never used it, so it just seems silly for them to be in there.
All right, good comment. Ms. Smith, you're up.
Can you come back to mine so I can find mine?
Yeah, Ms. Sykes.
I was wondering if we should amend B, because we have not been able to utilize a dinner hour to give our reports. I feel like that, I bet tonight it felt like I was talking for at least 10 minutes, if not more, going over what happened at NADA. John Bowles is nodding his head yes, so I apologize. I'm wondering if we should just have a caveat in times of virtual meetings. We will extend that period. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure what you were saying.
Council comments due to the fact that we no longer can give our reports during the dinner hour are both one part report and one part council comments. So I was wondering if we should have some recognition that they might go longer depending on how many different events that you've gone to over the last week. And so if we could include that for just virtual meetings, I agree with the 10-minute being twice as long as what a resident gets. I agree that that's an appropriate limit for council on normal times, but I think with virtual meetings, we do go long. And then just wanted to say this was an issue last week. And tonight we did this in practice. Oftentimes during council comments, city council will ask a question of staff. Last week when I attempted to do that, there was some disagreement from the mayor as to whether or not that was allowed. And so I think we should maybe just wrestle that to the ground. Is that appropriate to ask? Like, especially one of the reasons we placed this after citizen comments were so that we could address some of the issues that were brought up by our residents. And so I like having that ability. I think it worked out well just tonight, for example, when it happened. But obviously want to make sure that I'm following protocols. So I wanted to turn that over.
Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to defer to Councilor Smith if she has her notes, because she'd put some comments in earlier that I thought were innovative. So I don't want to step on those, but also I believe most of us received an email today from, or over the weekend from Mr. Valente, and he brought up some relevant points as far as on public comment. Anything that we can do to encourage maximum participation. It was very nice to see. Didn't think I'd ever get excited about a voicemail, but it was nice to have residents call in on our line and try to encourage that too. And if having someone announcing their entire name and address is an issue that hinders people, then I'm wondering if we could. I mean, we do have that part when they sign up ahead of time. We don't need to announce it anymore. But is there any other protocols that we could put in place to make residents, especially when we're back in session, more comfortable about coming to the dais and not worrying about any kind of retribution?
Well, when we're at the dais, we never give their name and address. We only call them up by name. So if they repeat it as part of their comments, that's not something we've required. If they come in and they don't sign up and we don't have any information on who they are or where they're from, then we've asked them to give us the data so we know how to connect with them, because the sheets have already been picked up. So to your point, if they sign up ahead of time, that's not an issue. But now that's, yeah, but when we're virtual, when they're signing up, if I recall, and Ms. Fitz, you're going to have to help me with this one. They sign up with that information, but I don't know that there's any requirement other than when they're speaking, they choose to give that name and address other than just their name. I don't know if there's anything in there that prompts them to, other than that's the one way we know how to go back to contact them. Without that, we don't have to contact them back.
You are correct. We do ask that they leave their name. It specifically asks for their full name on the voicemail message, the one that we play for during council. And during emails, I think all the emails have been signed up till this point, and they've been from recognizable email addresses. So we don't ask for their address. Just if they want to be contacted, or if they need to be contacted back, we try to follow up with that, but we don't make them state their address on the record.
Yeah, that's helpful from that standpoint too. I think some people that are regulars just have gotten into the habit of that also. Just, if they don't sign up and then they come up impromptu, just drop the computer. I'm just trying to think of ways that to make everyone comfortable. So I appreciate that.
Ms. Smith, and back to you.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out if this was the appropriate time to bring it up. And I couldn't find anything, which seems like this is the appropriate time. So for public comment, I would also like to have the ability for our residents to provide an audio visual example or something, if they would like to bring something as an example that would help their discussion with council. I think that that's certainly something that we should look at in this day and age. Or if they make prior plans with the city clerk to have their presentation, if that's what they want to give for 5 minutes, I don't see a problem with allowing a resident to provide their own 5-minute presentation, as long as they're within that context of everybody else. So I would like to offer that. And then during the city or during the public comment, a lot of times residents come to council and that's their only interaction as far as meeting with council and or staff. And I would like to pose that if we could have questions answered at the dais. I know it's not an interactive thing, but have questions asked and then questions answered to the best of the extent that we can. I think that that is certainly something worth noting for residents, that they would get their answers that day. And if not, then we use our typical response of, we don't know, we'll get back to you, or we'll look further into it, we'll get back to you. But I think it's important to acknowledge their questions and just have it be heard for them and for others.
Mr. Tripp, I'm going to partly go to you because we put the system in place that we have today because citizen communication became a debate, that a question is asked in a citizen comment and all of a sudden we've got 7 members of council that want to answer it. This gets very extensive, and more times than not, the council's not prepared to answer those questions because they're coming in off the cuff. But to Councilor Smith's point, if we can simply acknowledge that we've got their councils, we have their questions, and then we will get back to them. Because I would not want to put staff on the position of catching a question that's going to take some time to answer and then all of a sudden spew off the top of your head and have it wrong.
And Mr. Mayor, if that's the case, then I would like to have a copy of what staff provides to that resident that came to specifically to council to ask their question. And I don't think that, actually, I don't think we've ever received that. Actually, no, there have been occasions where we've received the copy of it, but I would like that as a consistent basis.
Mr. Tripp, I'm coming back to you. Is there any issue you see with trying to actually respond back to the citizens to make sure council's copied on those?
Mayor and members of council, it's been our practice to make contact with everybody who comes to the podium before they leave the building. And I try to mention in my comments an acknowledgement of that as well. We also have their information, of course. If they get out of the building before we have a chance to talk to them, which can happen occasionally, we follow up with them the next day. If you'd like me to attempt to answer the question while they're at the podium, I'd be happy to do that.
I think that would be helpful for residents. I don't think we can end it right there for a debate because we answered a question, but I think it's helpful to at least have that acknowledgement, which you do, and then to the best of your ability to answer a question, if not for a follow-up.
All right, Ms. Scully.
I withdraw, sir.
Just to close the loop on that, we'll proceed with from this point forward in that way. Thank you.
All right, Mr. DeMott.
Mr. Mayor, actually, before we move on to the next,
Mr. DeMott. Mr. Frankel.
Sorry to interrupt. While we're talking about responding to a member of the public who's presenting to council during their 5 minutes, it's important for us to be very much content neutral in terms of people's opportunity to speak, but it's also important to be pretty consistent on the clock. So I would recommend that if we are going to attempt responses to the residents' inquiries, that those occur at the conclusion of their comments, because otherwise it will be very difficult to be consistent on the clock for the public comment.
That's fair. I would agree with that.
Right, Mr. Demott, we're back to you.
I just wanted to be supportive of the things that Councilor Smith brought up. I think that having some sort of ability to do visual aids, I've seen in different council meetings where people have wanted to and taken the time to create those and not been able to provide them. Sometimes they do them in paper though, and we are able to get them. So I think that if we had some sort of system set up so that they could do that, and even if it's ahead of time, be able to submit slides that they've created, I think that would be beneficial for the public. I also like the idea of being able to at least have citizens know that they've been heard. I know in sitting through some different meetings in different governing bodies, like for example, the Jefferson County Commissioners, I would want to be somewhere in between where they are and where we are, because sometimes it does get into a back and forth because they'll address people from on the fly from their dais, and then it can kind of spin out of control. And I agree with the mayor that we don't want to get in a position where we're trying to answer something we're not prepared for. But I think to at least be able to tell them they're heard, we're going to get an answer back to them. I think the residents would very much appreciate that on a consistent basis.
Mr. Frankel, I'm going to ask for your guidance here before I take the next one. I am somewhat concerned about letting someone walk into the building and hand the city clerk a thumb drive or a disc or something that's getting introduced into our system with the potential of malware or something being on it. That I would be more comfortable if we require them to submit that prior to the meeting so that staff can make sure that what we're being given is not contagious. And also that we understand what the content of it is. If we don't look at it in some level beforehand, you could have something pop up on that screen or on the streaming that you really don't want shown in the public.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, for the technical question, I would defer to IT, but I believe submitting materials ahead of time would allow for IT to ensure that there is no malware on a memory stick. So I don't know that we could accomplish that real time during a council meeting though. So I think lead time would be very helpful for that. But as to the content, as I indicated earlier, we do have to be content neutral. These rules as they're drafted right now, by not allowing for audio and video presentations for members of the public for their 5 minutes and not allowing them for city council comments during their 10, is designed to be very much content neutral and to avoid that problem of having broadcast materials in a public meeting that you might not expect. And so we're always thinking about the worst case scenario, and I wouldn't want to be broadcasting to the community everything that might be introduced or sought to be introduced. And then when we start filtering it, we are not being content neutral, and that's the risk. Someone will perceive that as unfair, that somehow their materials were censored, and then we potentially have a claim against the city. So some thought went into the current rules, and there's an effort there to mitigate risk and put everyone on sort of an even playing field with the current draft. So I just want you to be aware of that.
I have a kind of a follow-up on that. I understand what you're saying in some of the risk or the concern, but the reason that I am concerned that we don't have an avenue is oftentimes if you have something where we have, say, here's an example that's not necessarily public comment, but if you have a group of, well, it could be, if you have a group of citizens who have a presentation against, that is an opposing view of something that's being proposed by staff, say trash or a land use thing, and they've taken the time to show How about the boats on Stanley Lake? Those folks made some pretty good presentations, and on one hand, staff is able to do a presentation in a certain manner, and obviously we're not concerned about what kind of content they're going to put out, but they have an avenue that nobody else has. And I think that that's where, you know, my desire comes from, is how do you accommodate that? And I understand the need to accommodate a fair and balanced thing, so we don't have issues of maybe inappropriate or what we perceived as inappropriate content being streamed or shown in a meeting. But, you know, is there some sort of in between where there's rules in place? I don't know how you accommodate it, but I want to at least make it known what my intent of addressing it was.
Councilor Demott, if I could, this is Dave Frankel again. I think testimony during hearing items is a different matter from public comment period under our rules. So you're all familiar with an applicant potentially in a land use matter having the ability to present a video describing their project. I don't see the same barrier being applicable under that circumstance, particularly where we can have some technical reassurance that this isn't malware that's being offered up on the spot, but rather these materials, I believe, should be submitted ahead of time so that IT can confirm they don't contain anything that would damage the system. But I think testimony could be treated and in a different manner than the 5-minute public comment period.
I think if we could at least address that, that'd be helpful. I mean, I could see situations in the public comment where it would still be useful, but certainly in those situations where an applicant is allowed to give a presentation, I think the public deserves that same ability. So I think that would be good if we could at least address that area of it, but I understand the concern and complexities around the public comment. So I appreciate the context.
All right, Mr. Bowles.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Both proposals or both suggestions by Councilor Smith, I think, are excellent suggestions. You know, the answering residents while they're standing there, well, we know it's a very simple answer, and we know that they could answer, staff could answer it on the spot. I think we should do that as often as we can. I had made that suggestion a year ago. There were several times where we all sat silent and we knew we had a simple, easy answer. Yes, that could be done, but no, we didn't get to that. I think it's unfulfilling for residents who come forward. I think if we can do that, I would suggest doing it. And then also, what was the other point I was going to make on that? Oh, I know that. So in the past, I think this is very effective and I've liked it. So I don't know if we need to write in the protocols, but just for city staff and for Mr. Tripp, I've seen some really excellent work by staff where someone has a real concern. It's something that they're obviously very concerned about. And Mr. Tripp will say, let's have Dave Downing go in the back and he'll give you his card and follow up with you personally. And I think that also helps as well. And then, so I would support that. And I think they're excellent suggestions. I think having materials I've been concerned that applicants and land use hearings have an entire team and very fancy graphics. And, you know, I think we should allow people in those that are on both sides to have materials. If they provide that ahead of time, I think that's actually a good system. So I would support both of Councilor Smith's suggestions, a little qualified on materials, getting it ahead of time. I think the mayor makes a real good point. We should have that ahead of time and set a deadline for a public hearing, and they know when it is, and get it in by noon on Wednesday before the hearing or whatever. But nonetheless, I think they're both good suggestions, and I don't know how we write them into the protocols, but I would our rules and procedures. I would support both. I think they're really good ideas. Thank you.
Ms. Sykes.
Thank you. So I would also agree with Councilor Demott and Bowles in regards to for public hearings, having a little more parity between the applicant and the community stakeholder. That's been an issue that I've had some concern about. And I think while I may not be there as far as waiving the audio visual for just typical 5-minute citizen resident communication, I am comfortable when it comes to public hearings, especially with a caveat that it has to be submitted earlier. I did want to go back to audio visual when it comes to resident communication. And I really think that that Mr. Frankel's being somewhat delicate, and I'm going to be for a moment indelicate, and I apologize if it offends anyone. But I think and please, Mr. Frankel, correct me if I'm wrong, because I do not want to say anything inaccurately. But when you say it's we can't prohibit or regulate based off of content. My understanding that would mean profanity, right, could be used, right? There's certain images that we would not be able to censure. Is that correct? And it really holds us, we'd have to give equal access to all folks that have that. And some may have some pretty bad malintent. And when these are public meetings that perhaps the Boy Scouts are at, I think this was kind of a rule to help promote decorum. So where I would be willing to make an accommodation is, say there's someone who has a speech impediment. Perhaps we want them to be able to have a recording of their voice, something that allows equal access. But I'm uncomfortable without a way to put guardrails on content to go forward. And I believe liability is at stake for the city. So perhaps this warrants an executive session for further conversation if there's a lot of people wanting to have for just resident communications, those audiovisual opportunities. And so we can talk about some specific cases with it. Does that make sense?
Councilor Seitz, this is Dave Frankel. Yeah, I think I was trying to be a little delicate about types of materials we might expect, but I don't want to risk liability of allegations that we are censoring people and their First Amendment rights. So I think not having the opportunity for electronic presentations during the 5 minutes of public comment would be an across-the-board content neutral way of accomplishing that. As for accommodation for disabled or any other speakers, and I think that we absolutely would make accommodation for them. And interpreters is another example. We accommodate those speaking foreign languages when we know that they will be speaking by arranging for interpreters to be present to assist them. And I think we also adjust the 5-minute clock to reflect that the speaker gets 5. And if the interpreter needs additional time, it won't be penalizing the speaker.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And then I wanted to just, I guess, poll my colleagues on my earlier question when I first spoke, which was just simply, do you feel during council comments that it is appropriate to ask for clarification of staff on an issue or to make a comment on something that we heard earlier? Obviously, I don't want to ever be outside of protocols or what you expect, but to me it seems, even things like, I've heard this in the community, can I ask someone from staff to address it? If not in this meeting at a later date, I think it's really helpful for our residents to see that we're taking action and communicating and doing that in a public setting. And I'd like to get your guys' thoughts.
Was that to the staff? Were you looking for a response from Dave or the staff?
No, I was more looking from my colleagues to see if they understood the protocols the same way. I mean, it was literally used in that manner tonight. So I think it's practically how we've used it, but I was corrected last week. I just want to make sure If it's okay, great. If it's not okay, great, but let's all be on the same page about it.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites, I don't have any problems with it. I think it would be, I know when we're on the dais, usually it's because it's something that's been brought up from the public comments. We're not necessarily hearing as many public comments as we have in the past because we are virtual. But I know that we hear a lot of public comments when we are in our communities. And so to me, that's kind of the same thing. So I would be in support of it. I have absolutely no problem with that, but it is up to the whole council. I would support you.
Are there other comments? Otherwise,
It looks like I'm next in. It looks like I'm next in the queue, so I'll.
Actually, we're not doing the queue because I haven't asked my question yet.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna respond and then ask mine. So do you want to finish yours?
Well, I think she's asking for a response. So when do you want to respond to Mayor Pro Tem?
I was hoping I could poll you guys and see where you were at.
Yeah, I would be in agreement. I think that it provides an opportunity for just further clarification for anyone, really, for council and or the resident asking residents asking the questions. So I think that just like we're introducing, potentially introducing visual aids in public comment, I think this is an opportunity where we get our council time to ask our questions and set forward what we've done in the past weeks so that it is on record, and that I'm absolutely okay with that.
anyone else?
Yeah, I concur with Mayor Pro Tem. I think that 10 minutes is our 10 minutes. So.
Well, that brings up a good question. Are you limiting yourselves to 10 minutes? Because the question was about getting rid of that, and we never really made that decision.
I don't think there should be a limit on our time either.
It may be documented, but it's never been used.
Again, I mean, I was the one who said I wanted to remove the 10 minutes, so I maintain that, but I'm okay with what Mayor Pro Tem Sites is suggesting.
Any other comments on that question?
Yeah, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Councilor Bowles, I would support, I really think it's reasonable, and I would fully support what Mayor Pro Tem Sites has put forward. I don't see any problems with that at all, and I think that's a reasonable suggestion there. So I would she was asking for kind of polling the council, and that's where I come down on that. So as far as the 10 minutes, I don't mind removing that either. I think I don't feel strongly about it, but if the council does feel strongly, I would support that. I guess like Councilor DeMott and Seymour both said, it's our time, and we've not really used a limit before, so I would be fine with that. Thank you.
All right, I think we've answered Councilor Sykes' question. Before we get out of this one, we'll have to come back around to Councilor Smith's proposal, though. Councilor Scully, trying to get you, Ms. Smith, and then Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope I can remember what I wanted to say. It was a while back. So the first thing that I agree that I would like to see the videos and the presentations by the public. I know that often, for me, I'm a better writer than I am a speaker, and I'm a better presenter than I am a speaker. So that would have been really helpful for me as a resident to be able to do a presentation rather than to just get up and talk. But I understand the mayor's concern over the malware and the destruction of our system. I'm wondering, could we have a separate system where a separate computer that's really disconnected from our overall system, so that if hopefully nobody ever would, because why would you want to destroy our city? But if something's on your USB drive that could contaminate something, being able to put that onto a separate system, I think would be helpful. I don't know if that's possible or not. I had another part to this. Oh, and I don't know where to put this one. It feels like maybe it could go here, but I often wonder too, what are the best practices of other cities as far as how they have their public do public comment? Do they allow presentations? Do they, how long do they give their residents time to speak? I wouldn't want to go shorter than the 5-minute limit, but are there best practices out there that we could look at? And another thing is that I know a lot of cities do camera. They do televise their city council meetings. And I know we don't do that, but I was just wondering if maybe that's something we could look at doing as well, because I think that would be very helpful to our residents as well, if they could see the city council in session. So I don't know where some of that goes. Put it where you think it fits best.
All right, Ms. Smith, you had another comment?
Yes, thank you. My comment was basically driven from what Councilor DeMott said with the voting community. They wanted to bring in the tagging system, and it was just a visual. It wasn't anything audio. It wasn't anything technological. It was basically a system that they wanted to present to council and staff. And so because of our protocols, because of what we have written out, they couldn't show it. They couldn't show us or anyone what the device that they built was. And so that kind of sparked this this part of where my ask is. And that's also another land use, and Councilor DeMott got onto it, another land use where I don't know if he was a resident, but where a gentleman came forward and said, I think it was Lakewood, City of Lakewood, that allows audiovisual presentations from residents. I don't know if that's true. I haven't looked into that, but that also came up in the land use. And so that was just on the top of my mind as far as getting this in front of all of us to discuss and bring that to the table. So just wanted to clarify a little bit on why it came up for me.
Okay, Mr. Seymour.
I'll withdraw. I'm good where I'm at.
Okay, Mr. Vols.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, that was from my comment earlier. So I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to what the city attorney said, and anything that's provided in public comment that has presentations, audio, visual and stuff, in my concern, and this is why we've done this, is to not have that issue of anything that's content neutral, or us to get into that issue. And I think that it's served us very well in keeping it out of that area. Or public hearing. We have in the past, as I can recall, when people had oppositions to an application being presented, they all get equal time to do their presentations. We have had, when people were preparing it, slide presentations that were presented by the opponent. And sometimes it has lawyers with it, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it has professional staff, sometimes it doesn't. But I'm very concerned about opening this up to slide audio, anything that outside of a spoken word at public comments, because we cannot control that, and we cannot be assured that we're not going to end up in something that is not content neutral. In the fact that even if they want to submit it in the upfront, as Mr. Frankel's indicated, that still could be a violation of their First Amendment rights, because we find something objectionable or inappropriate. So I don't support adding audio or visual presentations during public comment, but I don't have any issue with them in land use. Other comments? No other comments?
Mayor, how do you want to proceed with it? Mayor,
Right
how do
now-
you want to proceed with this? I believe that someone suggested maybe this is a item for a future study session or even executive session. Is that how I should capture the to-do for this item?
I would more so on the public comment piece, say that we need to bring this back. And especially we need further guidance from our city attorney. Because I don't want the city to get into an unanticipated risk area or for us to end up on the wrong end of a court suit because we did something that was brought to us on a videotape or a thumb drive. And to Councilor Scully, since all these systems are tied together with the presentations, the recordings and all that, I don't know how you would do that on a separate computer. You still have to log into the system to show the materials. So that can be dealt with by IT. Don't need to answer that for tonight, but as far as the stuff around the public comment piece, yes, David, I would put it that we need to bring that back for another discussion. Or there's.
All right, thank you, sir.
Executive, doesn't matter to me.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, let's move to the next item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is part number 3, which is councilors' bills, ordinances, and resolutions. You have a process with regard to introduction, reading, amendments, and review.
All right, are comments from council on this item? All right, seeing none, move on, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor. Part 4 is the presiding officer. And so we talk in terms of the mayor pro tem, or a temporary chairman. And again, the temporary chairman does have a city charter reference, section 4.4 associated with it.
Comments from council? Ms. Smith?
Thank you. I don't know if this needs to be added or not, but just by role of addressing our council to be known as just even internally being called Counselor Smith and not Miss Lindsay would be helpful and respectful, because I know that it's been, or Miss Smith. But yeah, I would appreciate being called counselor. But that's just me.
Any other comments? Ms. Sykes?
I agree with Counselor Smith's request. I think it would be very nice to use all of our titles. And I don't understand how it could cause any harm. I think, obviously every now and then we're going to slip. I've done it. I think tonight I might have said Lindsay at first and then caught myself and said Counselor Smith. So I think we give each other grace. But I think when we treat each other with the respect that the voters of the office of voters have given us each, it just helps with relations, and it also helps make us look like a functioning body to our community.
Other comments?
Yes, sir. I would also agree. I would prefer to be called Counselor Scully. I think that we need to honor each other's titles. I think Mayor Atchison and Mayor Pro Tem Seitz also deserve our respect in being called by their titles. I listened to the week I was absent and I was referred to as not Counselor Scully. And it was a bit, first time I think it's ever happened. And it was a little shocking to me and uncomfortable. And it made me realize how really important those titles that our residents have bestowed upon us temporarily are really important, and we should honor them with each other.
Pardon me for a second. Mayor Pro Tem, did you weigh in on this? Did I miss a comment from you?
I did, and it was so eloquent. I can't believe you missed it, David.
I'm sorry.
No, I just spoke in agreement with Counselor Smith and now with Counselor Scully that I think that it's reasonable and appropriate to call each other by our titles. The residents have given us our titles, or in my case, my colleagues on council have given me my title. And I think it really helps us show each other respect and show the community that we're a high functioning team. And I cannot imagine a harm that comes from calling each other by our titles. I will say this, we may slip up from time to time. Counselor Scully, if it was me who called you Catherine while you were out of town, deep apologies. It can be hard when we like each other to sometimes use the formality in a public setting, which I understand. So I'd mentioned, let's give each other some grace. I think what would be really terrible is if people mocked or belittled people for asking to use their title, particularly to their colleagues. So I would hope that we all understand that's a reasonable request and honor it.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed it.
Mr. Frankel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I'm looking at the protocols, there may be an opportunity to amend Protocol 6 on communications to include this. And it also, I suppose, could fit under the House rules as well in the protocol document.
Other comments? No other comments, Mr. Mike and Mr. Dave? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're now to the point where we're talking about the attendance. And so part 5 is officers and employees. And so section 1 under part 5 is the attendance piece, who will be there. And then number 2 is the sergeant at arms, requiring that either the chief of police or the chief's representatives at the request of the mayor or council maintain the peace in the council chambers.
Any comments or questions, council? Seeing none, gentlemen, move on.
Thank you, Mayor. Part 6 is committees. We talk about how they're appointed in section 1. And then number 2, section 2, the reports that we give, and asking whenever possible for those to be in writing, and that documents referred to the committee would be returned with the report.
Ms. Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that this is an important point, and there has been a little bit of an issue that had come up recently, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the expectation accurately as well. So as most of you know, there was that whole conversation on the US 36 MCC, whether or not they had alternates. I gave a report on what occurred, and then the mayor sent a email kind of with a different take. And I have gotten notes at this point. it is up to the mayor of each jurisdiction to determine whether or not they want alternates for their community. And so definitely don't want to invite myself to a table that that I'm not welcome, and want to honor that situation. However, it was kind of confusing for me because when I had asked all of you if there was a benefit in having an alternate for the policy purposes of having, continuity. So if the mayor ever missed a meeting, there would be someone from the city representing our interests, or for succession planning, each of us only has a limited turn. So making sure that people have the knowledge to be able to continue to advocate for the city, or just to kind of encourage that transparency and communication with all of us. Those had been my goals. By no means do I need to be the person that's at the table. So I did want to ask at the mayor's, if the mayor would prefer to have another member as an alternate, I'm fine with that. Or at the least, I recognize the mayor has multiple regional meetings he has to do. So I recognize it can be very difficult to report back to us. So I was wondering, as a threshold question, would we be comfortable with just having a staff member for that US 36 MCC give the reports back to us? Because I know we hadn't really gotten them prior to my being the alternate. And I think the goal is for, knowledge of this body, not for any one person to be at the table. So I don't care about me being the alternate, but I do want to make sure that we're still getting that transparency, and just kind of want to, this felt like where it fell in.
The decision of that group, which is not under the purview of the council, was that only the mayors and county commissioners will be there. And under the county commissioner rule, they can never have other than one, because they have then becomes a public meeting. As a reminder, these are not open to the public. This is a group of mayors who meet among themselves with one county commissioner invited. There's no voting. That's not done by consensus of the group. And as you are aware, because I know you got a copy of it today, the decision of the group was we do not recognize alternates and we do not invite the public. If a mayor,
I'm reading from it right now. That's not accurate.
Ms. Sykes, let me finish. The mayor has the option at his discretion, or the county commissioner at their discretion. If they want to invite a guest, that's up to them. At this point, the mayors have expressed a desire not to have the public there, not to have alternates. But if a mayor needs one for some particular reason, that's left at the mayor's sole discretion. And I think that's the exact words.
I will forward it to everyone so they can read it. It does say that it's up to the mayor's discretion if there is an alternate or a guest. It does say that, which is interesting to me because, in my opinion, and again, it does not need to be me at the table, but I thought as a body, which you represent, we had said we wanted an alternate. So that was my confusion. I'm trying to understand on my part what the public policy benefit is of not having an alternate.
Well, at this point,
and I'm happy to not have an alternate. What I said as a potential third way is just to get the report from staff. Just the goal is only simply so that every member of this body has an idea of what's going on regionally on transportation, so we all can be informed. That's the goal.
I will bring it up with the rest of the group, but I think the group has made their decisions.
I'll forward this on now.
This is not a group that the council has any authority over. And they have been very clear about that. Do you have another item you want to talk about?
No, it just felt like with the language of committees, it would have to be at the council's appointment, someone serving on a committee. So I was confused about the kind of tension between the way it's written and how this was being practiced. But I don't think it's important, especially if we could just get a staff member to attend. I'm happy to stand down on it.
I'll bring it back to the group when we meet on Thursday. Other comments on this? No other comments? Let's move on.
Thank you, Mayor. Part 7 is titled miscellaneous, and it talks about the council chambers, boards and commissions, limitation on debates, dissents and protests, procedures in the absence of a rule, recess, statement of the motion, decorum and order, and then a series of rules governing decorum and order, the enforcement mechanisms, and then the rules and enforcement mechanisms not being exhaustive. It's an extensive section.
The only question I have on here for the council to be aware of, we have had this advisement from CIRSA, from our city attorneys. Whenever we have a council member attending one of these boards or commissions, we need to always remember we're there as a liaison, that we should not engage in the partaking of hearings. And especially when we've been advised by our city attorneys that you're opening us up to quasi-judicial violations in that area. So this is just a reminder that if you are attending one, you're there as the liaison, you should not engage in testimony, especially if the potential is that that could come back to city council for any kind of review or decision. Ms. Smith, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I just have a question, and maybe this is for Mr. Frankel, but how does that work when the ex parte communication is with the city? And no, like we own the development, and well, how does that work? It wouldn't necessarily be ex parte, would it?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Smith. So with regard to, I think we're in part 7, and the boards and commissions are certainly referenced in part 7, where a council member is acting as a liaison to a board or a commission. Our advice would that be not to get involved in their deliberations on matters that will be coming forward to city council, but also to recognize that your role as liaison, my understanding is to bring information back to the group, to advise your colleagues as to events within the reporting period. Where you have a project that is a city-sponsored project that's moving through a process, it's very important to, if and when it comes up for a quasi-judicial hearing, it's very important to base any decision solely on the evidence that's presented and applying the criteria as you would for any other project. You can't, it's important not to prejudge any project that's coming forward to you in a quasi-judicial setting. And that isn't any different for a city-sponsored project. So in order to defend a decision, it's very important that you've taken into consideration the evidence presented, made your decision by applying the code and the criteria that are contained in the code.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Other questions? All right, gentlemen, move on.
Thank you very much, Mayor. That's a big section to get through. Thank you very much for that. And so we're now at section number 8, part number 8. Oh, my pages are out of order. I apologize. Hang on with me for a second.
I think we're done. Are we not done?
Like that. So, yes, actually, thank you very much. that miscellaneous section then did have additional provisions. And so we are now all the way through the document. I would be happy to talk about any of those individual provisions if that would be helpful to you.
Mike, between you and Dave, how much time do you think you need on this particular section?
So help me with the question.
I guess that's, go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to ask for clarification on the question. I'm not sure I understood it.
We're running up on our 4-hour time limit,
Yes.
and I'm just trying to
Mayor, I
judge.
think the way we've interpreted where you are is that hearing no additional input on the various parts of the miscellaneous section, part 7, that we've reached the end of the day, unless there are other items that the council wants to discuss.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from the council on anything that's been discussed tonight? Mr. DeMott?
First of all, thank you, each of you, for going through this exercise. I think this is good for us to operate as a body. The other thing that I would mention, I did not speak up during the portion of about how we address each other. And I'll be honest, I'm one who's thrown it out incorrectly on purpose because we have not treated each other equally. And it was really an exercise to point it out. And maybe that fell harder on some people than others. What I would suggest, even though I wasn't for it being in the protocols, is I do think that it's valuable to address each other in a manner that is respectful of the titles given to us by the electorate. So I am actually in support of what you guys were saying as far as the 3 members who brought that up. And I, for one, will be sure to do that in the future. And I hope that just we as a body and as adults we can address each other appropriately and respectfully.
Other comments? All right,
Mayor,
I
believe. Sorry, go ahead, Mayor. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it doesn't appear to be any additional comments.
Yes, sir. I was just going to say it appears that we're at the end of the review. Our deliverable to you will be for Mike and I to go through the notes, this sort of virtual whiteboard that I've kept as we've gone along. I cleaned it up. Lots of typos in here, and make sure that we'll circulate it back through staff to make sure that we captured what they captured, and once it's in final form, circulate it to you being the council for validation. And so we'll do that very shortly.
All right. Mr. Tripp, you have anything you want to add before we close for the night?
Mr. Mayor, on this subject, no, you did a great job of getting through a very lengthy document, and it's the first time in my 6 years that it's been handled in this detailed a manner. So I think it was well done, and I appreciate it a lot. We'll do everything we can to be as accurate as we can coming back to you with changes you've suggested. Please give us some latitude here. There's a lot of information that's going to be recrafted, so we'll do that. The other thing is I just put an item on the agenda tonight to finish our evening as a COVID update, and we can roll that now, Mayor, if you'd like to do that.
How long do you need?
I need about 5 to 10 minutes. That's without your comments.
All right. At this point, council, we have about 16 minutes left. And depending upon how much you have questions for on COVID update and stuff, we will need to extend the meeting. We want to have an idea how long they think they're going to want to extend this, a half hour or an hour, and then if we finish up early, we finish.
Type my name in there, Mr. Mayor. I would ask that we extend a half an hour.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of extending for 30 minutes, this will give us to 9:30. All those in
Aye.
favor, aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. Mr. Tripp, your COVID group is up.
Yeah, if I could have the slides pulled up.
Don, I think this means I'm going to need to transfer, maybe it's already happened, the control of this to you. Do you have control now?
Actually, this is going to be handled by Matt pulling up these slides.
It's up though. Okay, he's taking control. He's in the driver's seat now. So and I see the presentation's up.
Yep, I'm ready when you are, so.
Okay, let's go ahead to slide 1.
Hey, Don, can you hang just, David, you and Mike can go ahead and drop off if you'd like.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All
right.
right, Cody, we'll loop back with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen,
You,
very
Mike
much.
and David.
They're both-
Thank you, gentlemen.
I'm sure they
I
might
just
do.
have, Matt, I'm going to ask you just to roll through the slides so council can see those. These were emailed to you today also. I would just tell you that our 3-day moving average for cases in both the state and locally, Jeffco and Adams County, they seem to be leveling off, and that's with the downward trend. So that's been encouraging news, and it's hung in there now really since the first of the month. I'd also tell you that our positivity rate in all 3 of those areas seems to be leveling off. So that's all good data, and we're watching that carefully. Of course, we don't believe that the impact of school openings is being seen yet, but we're getting close to that. And maybe the time we come back again in 2 weeks, we will have that sort of data, I think, that are part of this. So do you have questions about any of that data that I can attempt to answer, or I can get answers for you?
Mr. DeMott?
I'm just curious, Mr. Tripp, you had mentioned the schools opening, and I don't know with all of our schools if it's the same. I know like my kids in Jefferson County, they initially were going to do hybrid, and that's where they're working towards. But for the first 2 weeks, they were completely remote. So I just want to be sure that we're accounting for that as we watch that data with that 2-week period of basically when something changes, to see how it actually impacts as, those results come out from that incubation period of the virus. So I just want to make sure we're accounting for it. And I don't know, like I said, if Westminster Public Schools and Adams 12 is doing the same, 2 weeks remote for sure, or if they're mixed.
Westy is in class. That's how they got the one infection they've already found in Westy Public Schools. And Adams 12 is on a hybrid, I believe.
Okay, so we'll probably see a mix of that 2 weeks and kind of rolling through that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And although there's not a direct impact, university openings, I think, are part of that school opening picture, because kids go, young adults are going to CU, CSU, Metro State, and all the other locations. Some are commuters, and so they're coming back into our community. Probably has some impact too, but we're going to remain hopeful. I think Colorado's done really well. For all of you, like myself, that look at us as compared to a lot of the rest of the country, I think Colorado has done very well so far, and we're hopeful moving into the nearly October here. I'm just going to remind you that when we first started talking about this, particularly Dr. Johnson, and I know both of the doctors were under some opinion at that point that we'd be looking at another spike here about this time. So fortunately, we're not seeing that immediately. And of course, no one knows how to predict this long term. This is breaking new ground, but we're cautiously optimistic. And as you know, I'll note here publicly, we shared with you folks last week that we're planning on starting to re-enter staff into City Hall. I also wanted to point out tonight that there's been a lot of question about city council meetings. I just want to emphasize with you that that's your decision. Our intention is to have staff back into the building, but we're ready when you want to go back into the building to have council meetings to do that. That's really up to all of you. To accommodate large public hearings, we're probably not there in that building yet. We need some additional work, and we're actually looking, if there are alternatives should that happen, but I'm not aware that there's any of those that are imminent. So you let us know when you want to come back and start meetings, and we'll accommodate that. One of the things that go ahead, please.
You had a comment or a question from this site.
Okay. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
It was for a ways back. There just wanted to clarify, Adams 12 is not in a hybrid. Adams 12 has all kids are remote learning right now, and that's at least until September 28th. On September 11th, they're going to let us know how they will continue the school year. So it was just in reference to that earlier discussion. But since the mayor has brought it to me, I have to say this does look like very encouraging news, particularly as we have not seen the spike that was predicted. I believe the last time gave him a new job. The last time Dr. Johnson was here, he mentioned that we had not had 14 days in a row of decreased infections. Have we? And that was significant. I believe that was one of the benchmarks for kind of a reopening. Have we hit that yet? Because it feels like we have. This seems like good news. And I don't want to be overly optimistic, and I still want to be careful and make sure we're doing everything.
Well, Matt, let's go to the next slide. That's statewide data there, I believe. Now let's go ahead to the next slide in Jefferson County. As I look at that, you just go back one, please. Here we go. That's Jeffco, and 3-day moving average. I don't know that I can tell you from this chart that every single day has been down, but we're certainly trending down. And you can take a look there at the spike that was up there in late July and to today, and it varies. So I don't know that we've been every single day. I think Jefferson County and our city is doing better. I won't go into a lot of detail there, but Dr. Douglas reminded us in Adams County, and I know the mayor was on that call too, and there may have been others. If you can refresh my memory, I think we were at 146 cases per 100,000 in Adams County, and the number that they used to guide them and whether or not they would approve the next level of opening, protect your neighbors, I believe it is 25 per 150,000. So we're quite a ways actually from that, but the trending is where we want to be, and we'll keep an eye on that.
Just to back up what Mr. Tripp said, from the report in which I gave out this morning from Jefferson County, this was at the end of last week. They were coming out of that 2-week mitigation period. Let me see, sure. We needed to get the total back to below 580. As of the end of the week, we were at 370 for Jefferson County. And in order to be seriously considered to go to the protect our neighbors, the 2-week total needs to be at least below 290. But the last count was we were at 370. And for Adams County, as of the end of last week, we're at 126 per 100,000. And we need to be at 50 for the state to consider protect our neighbors. Both counties had reported, as Mr. Tripp indicated, that the numbers were going down, but we still have not met those 2-week thresholds. Mr. Seymour, you had a question before Mr. Tripp starts again.
Well, before I leave here too, Councilor Seymour, if I might, Mayor Pro Tem, did I get the answer to all your questions there? I may have cut you off.
That's fine. No, I shouldn't have spoken up. I had just meant to bring up the Adams 12 school, and then that was my curiosity. Should have
Okay.
waited for you to finish your presentation.
Thank you. Councilor Seymour, please.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. No, I just wanted to follow up on your comment that going back into council chambers is our decision, and I'd like to move forward with polling my fellow councilors as far as setting a date and within reason, within a staff accommodation, but to also move forward to continue our movement towards transparency and availability for our residents. So I'd like to see if my fellow councilors would feel comfortable moving ahead with a October date.
Mr. Seymour, in response to it, I don't have a problem as soon as the staff tells us the building is ready and is safe to do, and that we have a buy-off on our plan with the health department that says that what we're doing is not going to be considered an exposure to the public.
Well, if I may, Mr. Mayor, it sounds as if our more than able staff would execute whatever plan that we would like them to, and we would not be exceeding the numbers, or we would not be very close to those numbers, and even having a hybrid situation if we had staff in their own offices or in conferences, and we could continue that type of, but not having a date is not having a plan. That has been my point, and I wish to continue along that same draft. And so I'm throwing out a date, and I would like to hear from the rest of council.
I think the October date is already in the plan, is it not, Mr. Tripp? In a piece that came back recently from you opening up City Hall.
So the October 12th date is for city employees beginning to re-enter City Hall. And we'll do that for a week or 2 weeks without the public, so we can get acclimated, and we'll do it at about 30% initially. When you choose to start your council meetings, we'll be prepared to staff that. I think it probably does make some sense to do that immediately following staff coming back into the building on the 12th. So I think the 19th is a very reasonable date. It's been suggested by the mayor that we double check our plan with both Jefferson and Adams County. We're going to do that just to have a sense of security for everybody, that they're comfortable with what we're doing. I think that's actually stretching a bit further than some of the other jurisdictions are doing, but I think it's a really good idea. And Deputy Opie is going to be doing that. So if something would happen where the counties are, they're not content with what we're proposing to do here and the way we're proposing to do it, I'll get back to you immediately. But we believe we're in compliance with everything that they've laid out in terms of reopening City Hall, and our plan would be to do that for staff on October 12th.
I put my name in the queue so I could address what Councilor Seymour is asking, and I think I was the one after him. So I'd like to add my 2 cents to this. I had actually asked about the October date, if that meant we were going to go back when I saw that City Hall was going to start opening back up, and we got a reply back today that was specifically like the city manager just referenced that's for staff. I think that we need to be back in City Hall as soon as possible. I was hoping that we would be able to go back in September, quite frankly. I go to the gym, I go to, the grocery store, there's plenty of people out. I feel like we can make reasonable accommodations, just like restaurants, just like gyms, just like the grocery store, just like every other business that's opened back up. this is really important work that we do. And I think that accessibility to the public is very important, that they are able to see our face and in person if they so choose. Understanding that if they're not comfortable coming into council, they still have the opportunity to listen to us online. If we could figure out how to utilize this technology in our laptops so that we could still broadcast live even at the dais, that would be great. But my preference would be, in the next month. If that's not feasible, the soonest feasible time is when I would prefer that we go back. So that's my opinion of it.
Ms. Sites?
So, all things going the direction they are now, I'm comfortable with that. And I don't think it has to be an all at once thing too. I mean, we can incrementally get council back and running. So maybe first it's us meeting as a body with a minimal staff participating physically and the rest of staff participating virtually, and we figure something out with our public. But I think if we keep going on this trend line, I feel comfortable with it. And I think we will all owe each other a certain duty of care to really communicate if we go out of town or something that might put us at a higher level of exposure, recognizing, none of us wants to be responsible for infecting the entire governing body of the community. So just, treating each other with, again, that respect and communicating fully, where we've been and taking protocols so we aren't, needlessly adding extra risk. But I'm comfortable working towards getting us there. And I think the 19th sounds like a very doable date. And in disclosure, my husband has been going into work at his company. It's much smaller and they each have private offices, so it's not exactly comparable, but I do know people are starting to trickle back in.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my preference would be, we're going into the reviews of our employees, and I know that we have one coming up next week. So my preference would be to be as soon as possible. I realize that might be too quick for staff or for council to get on board with as far as next week. But if not next week, I would ask that maybe we come back for our first council meeting on September 14th to be in person and have that as a date. And if not, then my last kind of pushback for a date would be September 19th when we do our budget retreat. I think we did very well on virtual for the situation in July. But I would very much like to see all of your faces. And well, now we have all cameras. I think it helps any which way, just being in person. I know I've gone to City Hall the last 2 council meetings, and I've seen Mr. Mayor and Councilor Bowles, and I feel like we're missing interaction pieces as far as working together as a team. And so I would very much like September 19th as a cutoff for getting back together as maybe easing into staff and council. I also think that it's very detrimental to our public comment and for our residents, because my understanding was that there was a rally tonight at Westminster City Hall and no electeds were there. We were not there. I understand that we are in a particular situation, but I personally feel awful that no one was there. We know of it, but no one was there to hear the complaints, to hear the concerns. And so that is something that I would like to see us be able to do, is be in person, see their faces, see their concerns, or even hear the happy side of things of Westminster Parks and Rec and all the good things happening. So I'd like to hear it all, see it in person, and have September 19th as a cutoff date.
Other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I'm in the queue. This is Catherine. Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Scully. This is hard for me because honestly, I haven't been anywhere, Counselor DeMont. I don't go out, and neither does my husband. We both work from home right now because both of our offices have made those choices for us. But I am willing, with proper social distancing, making sure masks are being worn, that we are being careful to adhere to proper protocol during this time. I am willing to come back to City Hall. You know, I am in a high-risk group as far as being asthmatic. It's been a very challenging summer for me with all the fires. It has really affected my asthma and has made it even more challenging. And when you have asthma, you're at risk for everything, flus and colds and bronchitis, and any of those can really be detrimental. But I'm willing to look at it and come back at the council's, when the council feels that they're ready to do it. I would follow suit. I would make sure I was there. I just ask that everybody be careful. And, I was with a friend over the weekend, properly socially distanced at a park outside and wearing a mask. And we talked about how we wear masks, not for me, but to protect you. And so I would ask that of the council, that we practice protocol to not protect ourselves, but to protect each other. I think that's important. So I'm willing to come back when the council deems that they're ready. So if it's next week, it's next week. If it's October, it's October.
Mr. Bowles, you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also miss all of my colleagues' smiling faces. So as soon as we can get back in an in-person setting, I think the better. I want to thank Councilor Scully for her comments just now. I think that was very honest, and I appreciate that, because that's where I hold out and think, being compassionate to my colleague who is truly in a category of risk there. So thank you for your comments. And from my perspective, I wanted to respect and honor people's safety and their feelings and family issues. If you have folks at home who are at risk, I think as soon as we can get together, I think we should, if everyone's in agreement. And I think we do have members. I think Councilor Scully just referred to that. And so I'm glad to hear that and respect that. And as soon as so what were the proposals? September 19th or October 14th? Somewhere in that range, I would absolutely support us being together as safely as possible. So thank you.
I think what we've heard is staff will be back at the first part of October. With staff not back in the building, it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to be there because we're not going to have the staff there. Now, does that mean we can't meet as the 7 council members, be at the dais and everybody else virtual? No, doesn't. But it doesn't make a lot of sense not to have staff there to be able to answer questions, because we're not going to have the public in there in the beginning. So other than that, what has changed from what we're doing right now? We're doing everything virtual. Everybody's on camera. There's option for everybody to participate, both the public and us. And we need to make sure that the building and the employees who are coming back into the building are as safe as we want them to be. So my recommendation is to get the staff back in the building, make sure it's safe. We've got it all cleaned. Everything's in place. And then come in as quickly as we can after the staff is back in the building. And we have the health department buy-offs that our plan doesn't expose others to any kind of an infection. So there are other comments.
Mr. Mayor, where does that leave us then? Have we decided something as a council, or?
We have not. We have different dates that people are throwing out. Keep in mind that next week is Labor Day, that you won't be at council anyway. So that's going to throw off our council schedules. No, because next week would have been a study session. This is the 5th week. But I think the thing that we have to keep in mind is if staff's going to come in on October based upon the current plan, as Mr. Seymour indicated, we want to get in there as quickly as we know the staff in the building is safe. Other comments? Mr. DeMott?
Thank you, Mayor. I would ask then we at least target the date that Councilor Seymour put forward as the same day that the staff is returning. I would obviously prefer sooner, but I would at least ask that we pull the council as to see if we have the majority to agree that we should try to go back the same time as staff and be able to meet, understanding that we're going to have some sort of ability for people to remote in either because they're at risk or uncomfortable, or quite frankly, because maybe they come down with the virus and then they can't come. We still want them to be able to participate if they're well enough to do so. But I would ask that we actually pull the council to make sure that we have a majority vote and work towards that date.
All right. Ms. Sykes, you have a comment first. Ms. Sykes, you're muted.
Sorry, hope I wasn't unmuted that whole time. I just double clicked it. I agree with Councilor DeMont. I think it would be very nice if there was a way to allow people to virtually participate. I do think that would really help alleviate some of the concerns. But I do think having it closer to when staff is planning on coming gives us the opportunity to have a really safe plan. I don't want to not acknowledge what Councilor Smith said, because I do think there is a benefit when you're doing reviews with employees being able to do it eye to eye. So I recognize what you're saying, and I wish we could too, but I feel like this allows for a little bit more of a thoughtful implementation. I did have a question of all of you. I am supportive with this caveat, that is, if things start to spike again, we reevaluate. Then I'm good.
So what I'm hearing is get in with staff in October based upon the schedule they have. Is that what I heard from you, Ms. Sykes?
Correct. The timetable that Councilor Seymour originally brought forward.
Mr. Seymour, you're okay with that?
Yes, I believe the target date was a week after the staff got in on the 19th to help them increase their comfort level also.
Okay, Ms. Scully?
Yes, sir, I am in favor of that.
All right, Mr. Bowles?
Yeah, I support that.
Mr. DeMott, I think you're okay.
Yep.
Ms. Smith?
While I understand all of the precautions and the vulnerability of Councilor Scully, I really am shooting for that September 19th. So I can't support it. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, the majority is going with the October date. Any other questions or comments on this before we let Mr. Tripp finish his COVID report? All right, Mr. Tripp, we're back to you to try to wrap yours.
Mayor, that's all we had this evening on COVID.
All right, any other comments or questions from council? All right, seeing none, it's 9:13. We're just a little bit short of what we extended to. That wraps up our agenda for tonight. We are done, and you are off next week for Labor Day. Please remember to be safe. And if you have anything that you need, food brought to you, anything like that, Mr. Bowles is holding his hands up as a volunteer.
Way to go, Councilor Bowles.
Thank you.
All right, therefore we are adjourned.
Good meeting all.